This.
Smashed the boat.
Oh no! Wow! Smash a boat.
It jumped up and smashed on top of the boat.
Oh, it breached.
You still have a place to put your purse.
Hi everybody. Welcome to.
Jesse's
welcome
gonna be here after new old business.
After old business.
Not on any of them.
Oh,
Everybody
he can
tells
take
me
my
when they're
place.
coming and going.
Yeah.
Okay, well
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
I do
Yes.
too.
Yeah, so do I. What do we know about Stephen? Because he was going to talk about snacks. Let's just get this going. Okay, and so if Stephen shows up, wait a sec. Carrie is in on Zoom, right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
I'm not on mute, am I? No.
And is Diane on? She said she was going to try and get on. Or is that us? Is that everybody?
Mr. Chair, I do not see Diane in the queue.
Yeah, now, given the troubles that I've been having with internet stuff out here and just about everybody, I am not confident that she's going to be able to get in. It's nightmarish. Anyway, so I'm going to start the meeting. Welcome to the HCC. Hi, Ginger. I believe you're the only person. So you know the drill. Your phone is already muted, I'm sure. Oh, great. I wish that would happen with mine. So, and then you can't record any portion because your phone's dead, so we won't worry about that. So, present at tonight's meeting, we have Val Oliver, Abby Camp, Carrie Thornwell, and myself. We got a quorum, and let's just get things started. Hopefully more people are going to arrive. Okay. First item of business, can I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Val has made that motion, and we will have to do roll call because Carrie is on Zoom. So what's that, Carrie?
Sorry.
No.
Oh, don't be sorry, because you're not the only one who's going to be doing it, even if you were. So on Val's motion to approve today's agenda, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Bye.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, let's hold the discussion about getting us snacks until Stephen arrives. He's the snack meister. Any public comment, Ginger?
Mr. Chair.
All right. Yes.
It's Holly.
Oh, hi, Holly.
Sorry, I'm not there. I'm kind of multitasking
Yeah.
this evening. I just wanted to formally announce we have a new link on the town's website, actually the HDC's page. And this is a historic house interior survey, something that the Nantucket Preservation Trust and the University of Florida's PIN program worked on through CPC grants. A project began in 2014. And they surveyed and assessed the integrity of historic interiors of nearly 1,000 private residences on the island in the Core Historic District. And this information is available right on the town's website. If you go to the HDC's page, you'll see it on the right-hand side, NPT and PIN Interior House Survey. Click on that and you can actually look up all those different properties. A lot of good information, and I recommend the public to take a look at it. So I just wanted to mention that.
Well, that's great, Holly. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's cool. All right. Enforcement. 47 Pleasant. Can anyone speak on that application? I don't really know what that. What?
Probably is.
Yeah.
It was brought up to our attention that 47 Pleasant Street replaced windows with an authorized HDC approval.
Mhm.
And they went from, I believe, SDLs to TDLs.
No,
Or
the other
vice
way
versa.
around. Yeah.
I'm trying to get the picture up so I can
Yeah.
show you.
Is that the house next to Consu?
This is on
No, that's
No,
not.
this
Consu,
is-
no, that's not
That
Pleasant.
little house is.
That
got
house
now
right
all
there.
SBLs.
It might be that
Consu
low
house?
range next to the one that
Okay,
Tori's
everybody,
working on.
here we are.
Oh,
47.
Oh, yeah, right past formerly Rabimbus.
I believe it's a circa 1900-ish. I don't have an exact date on it.
And they
Um,
replace, what are the windows that they replace
They,
them with?
they put, it looks like they're Anderson windows. I can sort of tell by those stickers.
400
Look like
series.
Anderson stickers.
Yeah,
And those are actually replacement sash. You know, they fit into the aperture of the old window. So what we need to do is send them a notification.
Correct.
Okay, and I don't think we need to vote on that, but yes, absolutely, we should send them a notification, tell them they're in violation, and we'll see how they respond. Because yeah, that definitely needs to get cleared up. But thank whoever cited,
Yeah, it
whoever
doesn't
found that out.
6/6
Thanks.
either.
Okay, so enforcement action, good. Now we might get a little difficult here.
You and I are both on.
And, okay,
And
so we
Carrie.
have one person that can vote. So Abby, you have to chair and you have to be the only person. I'm
Okay.
kidding, I'm kidding.
So-
Okay, so,
I do have a question on.
sorry.
81 Pulpus.
what?
I do have a question on 81 Pulpus.
Well, what's that?
The question is.
No. What's
Okay.
81 Pulpus?
It's on
16 and
consent.
17.
It's a one-story garage.
Okay,
and a
but wait,
one-story
no,
cabana.
hang on. We have to rig this up so that it works properly. Because out of our 4 members that are sitting right now, 3 need to recuse. So we have to kind of chop this up. Let's see.
Yeah, that's right.
Val, you have 1 on, right?
Mhm.
So if we pulled yours,
Mhm.
let me think about this.
Then you and
If you
Carrie and I could
recused
vote.
from, if we pulled yours,
Mhm.
then Abby would chair and Val and Carrie
Mhm.
and Abby could vote. That's your quorum. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's do that. Say,
Could I make a really quick suggestion?
yeah, that would be great, Terry. Thank you.
Kind of break it up, have vote 1 through, just real quick, I'm trying to make this simple.
Mhm, mhm.
1 through 8 with Val recusing,
Correct.
then vote 9 and 14 with Carrie recusing, and the rest with you recusing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, let's just
Okay.
take that step by step.
Okay,
So
that's
the first item on the consents, we're going to go 1 through 8.
Yes.
And Val is going to recuse from that block. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the consent? Oh, wait, which one are you concerned about or interested in?
down at the bottom, 81.
Okay,
Pulpus.
let's get through this stuff first. So can I have a motion to approve consent items 1 through 8 with Val recusing?
So moved.
Thank you. On Abby's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that's 1 through 8. Now, Carrie, you are going to recuse on items,
9 through 14.
No, just 9 and 14, because
Okay.
Botticelli is in the middle of all that.
Okay.
wait, so, but,
Why don't we just
no, wait a
host,
second. If I recused, oh no, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Why can't we do 9 through 12?
What do you want us to do here, Terry?
How about just 9 and 14?
9 and 14?
Correct.
Just separate, standalone, Carrie? Okay, now I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
With-
so
with-
can I have a
yeah.
motion, Carrie? Carrie's going to recuse. Can I have a motion to approve items 9 and 14?
so moved.
Okay, Val's made that motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, now I'm finally understanding your logic, Terry, and it's rock solid. Okay, so now we go, and this is Abby is chairing. It's going to be 10 through 13 and 15 through 17, from which I am going to recuse. But I think that Abby has a question on one of those items. Okay, so you're chairing. You with me so far?
Wait, you said through 14, though.
No, here's what your vote is going to be. With you as chair, you're going to do 10 through 13 and 15 through 17.
Okay, let's do 10 through 13 and then I'll ask my question.
Okay, well,
Okay.
that's fine.
Motion to approve 10 through 13.
Thanks, Val. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie.
Carrie,
Aye.
and Ray, are you on that?
No, you're
No,
an aye.
You're
No.
an aye.
Oh, I'm an aye.
We're,
Okay.
we're doing little bits of three.
Okay,
Yeah.
now my question is, on 81 Pulpus, we're voting on to the new garage and the cabana, but we don't have the main dwelling.
That
So-
has already been approved. This, if you want to look at it, are two one-story little shed-like structures.
No, I believe you. I was just wondering where it was.
Where the
So-
main
so-
house
yeah.
was.
I think we approved it.
If I may interject, it was already approved, I believe, a few meetings ago.
Yeah.
It was motion to approve, but I can certainly pull it up if you'd like to see
No,
it.
no, I trust you guys. I just was
know last
wondering
time
where
you
it was.
mentioned that you'd rather not see stuff being approved without the main house being approved
Right.
first. So I have been taking that in consideration.
Okay.
Thanks,
All's good.
Az.
Okay, so now we can actually all do 15 through 17, so I'll
Get
share
out.
that. And so can I have a motion on 15 through 17?
So moved.
All right, Abby's made that motion. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, boy.
Survived.
Okay, so that was the consent.
Yay.
Okay, now how about, oh, and fortune has favored us with Stephen's presence. So Stephen is doing the same little thing that I did with the t-shirt thing. Although I don't have an actual shirt to wear. You got an extra shirt back there, buddy? Okay, so I don't believe that any of us, including Stephen, have a conflict with any of the 5 consent with condition items, so I would ask for a motion on that one.
I'll make a motion.
Very good. Thank you. A motion to approve.
Yes.
Okay, so motion is to approve 5 consent with conditions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
oh, no, not Val, sorry, Abby,
Aye.
okay, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen. Or do you want to stay off this? Consent with conditions.
It's all pools.
Stevens and I, and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, so that was consent with conditions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we are a 5-person board at the moment. Now, let's see, Mirka, is she around?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Martha requested if we can hold her item for maybe later this evening. She had a personal matter to tend to.
Okay, trying to get a hold of my wife, because if she misses this, I'm going to be very, very upset. Okay, so can I have a motion to hold 31 Western?
So moved.
Actually, let's see. I'm going to take the voting board members on, or the current board members on this. So who made that motion? Sorry, Val?
I did.
Could we
Abby.
have Val make the motion?
Yes.
Just to keep
Okay.
it clean?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. That motion is to hold 31 Western for later in the evening
Yes.
for representation. Okay,
Probably
so
as a kid
Stephen on the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. Now BPC, do we have anybody for Douglas Way?
Yes, Joe Paul.
Okay, very good, Joseph. All right, let's see how your board's doing here. Myself, Abby, Diane, who is not with us, and I'm not optimistic that she will be, Val, and Carrie. Do you want to pursue? Oh, and an alternate in Stephen, so you can go. I mean, you could have gone anyway with a 4-person board, but now you can move forward with a 5-person board, if you so desire. Would you like to?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it then. 26 Douglas, new dwelling.
Okay.
So really the internet's
Oh, it's terrible.
Did it get hit by lightning?
No, it's just there's too many people here all sucking up the bandwidth. There's no available bandwidth. Calls are getting dropped. You can't get stuff on the internet. Okay, so Joseph, why don't you walk us through the main house?
Okay, great. I was going to do a screen share too, but if you stop at the next page, I think that would be helpful. Oh, I'll do my screen share. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'm screen sharing. Okay, great. Actually, I'm going to go to, well, this is the comparison of the previous and the current elevations. And just to refresh your memory here, we have, this is Douglas Way. It kind of wraps around the corner here.
Yeah.
And we drive down Douglas and then come up the driveway, and we're facing back towards the water here. And we have about 90 acres of conservation land here. So the visibility is, these two streets, and this long side is what was discussed the most, which is represented in this model. And I think the summary was 2/3 of this house looks good, which was from here over, but that this piece here in particular was tall. So what we did was, and I'll go back to the 2D drawings in a second. This ridge was 29'4" measured from this grade down here, and it is now 27'7". That was done by making this piece skinnier, and that adjusted this down. But then we also, the internal plan steps, we pushed this down even further so that this actually dropped, this ridge here drops 30 inches from what you saw previously. So if I go to this here, this view here, here's the other one, this dropped 30 inches. So this back 2/3 essentially stayed as is, with ridge heights of 20'2" and 23'7". This is 27'7" as measured from down there, which you'll see from, that's the front of it, which is here. We also took the roof walk and made it narrower, and I think that for the most part, this thing's clouded in its entirety because we also, the relationship to the ground changed because we pushed this whole piece further down into the ground. And previously we were also trying to get a full walkout on the spot of the house that's internal to our property, which caused us to have to push the grade line down quite a bit. This dashed line is actually existing grade. And we push the grade down to get the full walkout. But what we've done is push that grade back up closer to more natural grade. And we're going to walk up out of this walkout instead of having that be fully exposed. And that actually improved the front elevation, which you may catch an oblique view of from the street. So I'll just quickly go through these things. This might be helpful. Here's a nice view at night. So here's that approach and how you come into the property. This is the garage, which you guys touched upon. Colors was a question. The trim color is white, and the window color is a grayish color. That's one of the colors that the window manufacturer offers. This is the shed. Let's see. Shed, that's the main house. So this is the main house view. This was open, we enclosed it, we made this smaller, I think that actually ended up resulting in losing windows too. Yeah, we had triple windows, ganged windows up high. Now we separated those ganged windows on that elevation. What else? I'm almost done. Oh, this was the back. That's that view here where we used to have the full walkout, but we've pushed the grade back up again. And I think that summarizes it. Yeah, that's it. But mostly all of our attention was this front mass and reducing that height. So now these ridges are essentially the same. And that's That's it. I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay. Thank you.
I need some help with orientation and what
I'll
you're
go
saying.
if you want.
Go ahead, Val.
Joe, I appreciate the changes you made. So just so I understand, for instance, the south, that change is gonna be made with retaining instead of leaving the grade
Oh.
falling off and walking out, right?
There's, if you look at, let me see if the basement plan is included in here. You can see it on the first floor plan, which I put back up on the screen. You're going to walk out into this area, and then there's a stair that comes up and out. So yeah, it's not really visible, but this is like a recessed well that you'd exit out into and then come up out to the natural grade versus us cutting all that grade down and resulting in a taller looking building.
Okay.
Right.
So then my only other question is, on your east elevation, it shows the middle section is slightly taller than the front section, and that doesn't show on the west. Is that because of it? Well, it looks like it's to the side of the roof block on the east. You're gonna see a little peak. Is that true? That section is a little bit taller than the main mass?
Oh yeah, that
I'm
like
just
this,
trying to understand it.
that little piece right here that I'm circling.
Yeah.
You won't see it certainly from that way because of the perspective is going to make that part. I don't even think you'll see that. It does look like it's a smidge taller. It's hard to tell when if I drew a line across this.
It is taller, Joe.
Yeah, it is taller. That's because
Taller
this,
by like 6 inches.
yeah, this whole thing dropped 30 inches. So it used to be up in here. And when that came down, this ended up being taller. But even though this is 1.5 stories, Matt's, and that's 2 stories.
Right, okay. I'm just trying to understand the drawing, so right now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, you said you had a question about
Yeah.
orientation.
Right, so, Joe Paul, right?
Joe Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hyphenate that.
Well, so Douglas Way and Brayborn, which elevation is?
The north.
This view here faces Douglas, and then when you go around the corner, it is very tricky to understand this for sure. Here, this is Douglas, and then it wraps around. I think that might turn into Brayborn this way. So, but there's a rise here, and this vegetation, MESA, this has to stay based on a MESA plan. So what you're seeing that's cleared essentially represents the MESA plan, and that of clearable area, which is about 50% of the lot we can clear. So we've kept all of this buffer so that we can obtain some lawn space and driveway space. And this is a potential tennis court, although we're not applying for it. So we can't clear any of this vegetation.
Let's find out, Joseph, what Abby's question was.
Yeah, so my concern is, what is the architecture going to look at if you're looking back up from Eel Point Road? Is it going to appear as one long block of building, or is there enough additive massing to break that up? Because we have already had concerns about that on other sites and other buildings.
The answer to that question is to be found in, Joe, show the first perspective that you showed in your presentation.
Okay,
The very first one.
that one.
That one. That's it. Yeah, that's what faces Eel Point Road, right?
Okay, so that would be Douglas, also facing
Cor-
Douglas Road.
No, that faces Alliance, I think, right? What's it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, you're right. Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alliance basically runs right into this property.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
And this doesn't represent this is, the vegetation's removed just to make this easier to see for the rendering, but
Yeah, let's let Abby continue.
okay, so the side of the house is basically what you're calling the front door, and where your circular drive is on the other side of that large mass on the right there.
right, because there's a road here. So if you were looking back this way, the front is facing this other street, correct?
Yeah, okay, so, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. It's just that if it was the front of the house that was facing Douglas, I couldn't figure that out. That would appear as just a large block on top of a hill, but because we're seeing the side, there is additive massing going on, so, could you come back to me so I can study this?
Stephen.
Yeah, just informational, Joe. I'm having a tough time. Can we go to the site plan, please? So, and zoom in on the
This is
house,
Douglas.
please. For now to the end of time, consider anything I say to be prefaced by please. I'll save us a lot of time.
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
So, Joe, I see it through, Mr. Chair, at the right corner, the right oriented from the image we're looking at, top right. That corner of the pool is 37 feet, presumably higher. And the grade is 37 feet. And at the left corner of the house, if you track to the left and you come into the main structure, let's see, before the steps that take you down from the patio level, there's 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, right.
Yep.
A little higher up, a little higher up, a little higher up, left, right there. So that, if you project that out parallel towards the yard, the grade there is 31.5 feet. So you've got a span of, unless my parochial math skills have degraded, 6.5 feet. So can we go down to the sheet that shows that elevation? I believe it's
Sure.
at the bottom right of A1.0. Right, so
Yep,
that's it. And zoom in a little bit on the lower elevation.
sure.
Well, actually, don't bother because it's just going to muck everything up. So I'm not seeing that drop of 6.5 feet. If the pool is basically all the way to the left at grade, and we indexed and carried over that where the main house, the right, yeah, and there I don't see it either.
The pool's elevated, so this cabana and the pool is 18 inches up above the patio. Then the patio drops down 18 inches. We're at like 35.5. I think our floor is at 36. And so we go from 35.5 down to,
Well, wait, thank you. Go back to where that image we were at,
all right, sorry.
that elevation. Right,
Yep.
so, but that's not what I'm seeing here. So
No.
I'm seeing in the illustration, which by the way is quite nice. When can I move in? You see a retaining wall basically with an inside patio, and here you don't see that wall top, and you don't see, unless there's a cut, which I didn't see on the site plan. These are incongruent, is my point, with the site plan, this elevation, and the illustration don't align. I'm not suggesting it's intentional, but I think it's important. So what I'd like to see is a top of finish for each of these, indexed to the existing grade, and then a line to show any changes of grade, differentiate it maybe with an orange or a red. I think that'll be very helpful. My concern is you've got, if you could go to the next the up 2 elevations to the south elevation.
Sure. Sorry, Steve. I was just taking a look at the elevation numbers on my plan just to make sure that I'm following you correctly. Okay, so you want me to go up?
To the south elevation. Okay, so this looks more like what the other side would look like just looking at the site plan. Except for obviously this is a railing, it's not a retaining wall, the recessed patio, but with respect to the height differentiations. So I just would like to get that cleared up, and I think a plan that shows the top of wall, top of finished surface for the respective surfaces, one being retaining, one being the pool area, would be helpful. And then on the topic of the elevation facing the south, I guess, bear with me. I also was having some problems with the orientation here. My primary concern with the elevation changes on the north. My concerns with the, I'm sorry, on the north, if that doesn't prove to be what's shown in the drawing, because that's going to be the most visible. My next concern is the south, to the extent that that's visible from the cross street. Forgive me, I don't have the name at the top of my mind. Grayburn. And how, grading might soften that up. I'm also concerned, I think, if we're going to allow this structure, I think recessing this into the higher grade would be beneficial. But top of finishes will help to discern what we're really looking at there. On the architecture itself, I think the widow's walk, the roof walk is small. I think in this area, I believe it more appropriate that it, despite anything that's been approved in the past, going back to the dawn of man, a rural area, a roof walk should not be skirted. I'm a little uncertain about the west elevation. Is that can you describe to me the portico, the entry?
Probably be easier if I just show you this.
Yeah,
There.
thanks. Okay, that's what I thought was happening. I'm not so sure that's appropriate, kind of negative space gable. I think that even some type of an architectural element, it doesn't necessarily need to be a shingled wall, could mitigate that. And on the, I'll leave the fenestration of gang windows and stuff to others. I think the rest of it, other than some of the window massing that I'll just leave for now, is appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Val, you had a question, comment?
Yeah.
No, I know, we haven't hit Carrie yet. Go.
The connector piece, well, there's several pieces, but the connector with the large window,
Yeah.
I do have concern with, because that is like the same on both sides, so it gives that lantern effect at night.
Mhm.
I think that's inappropriate. And what color is the barn board or whatever that connecting material is?
It's, oh, you know what? I don't think I've specified that color because it was going to be, it's drawn gray. It's meant to match the window color, which I don't have off the top of my head. It should be on that application. I forget the name of that gray color, but it's really hard to tell on these images too, that it's actually
Yeah.
the same color. And actually, no, I don't think it is drawn the same color. It's drawn as if it's a lighter gray. Yeah, okay.
I'm not so sure that's appropriate unless it's natural to weather, so that it blends with, it's really a rural area, and we don't want to draw attention to the house on the hill. Is there a possibility of getting sort of a site section so we can see what's going on?
Mr. Chair, we can't hear her.
That's because I wasn't on, sorry. I asked for the color of the connector pieces that have the barn board, and I'm asking if we can have a section through the site and the house so we understand the grade.
Yeah, I think it'll answer a lot of questions, and I don't think it'll eliminate some confusion, because the existing grade is basically our floor elevation here, and we have pushed it into the hill a little bit. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I had the same concern about the big windows going straight through as Val did. The fact that the long elevation is on a street side, and this is a very large house. I totally appreciate you bringing down the main mass where you could. But I'm also thinking, just to sort of mitigate some of the expanse of this, is maybe not white trim. Especially with a painted roof walk, that maybe some gray would work. There's a gray color out there that I think is kind of garish though, and I think it's the platinum gray. I'm not sure. I gotta figure out the name of the
Did you say
color.
garish?
Yeah, garish. There's a
Well,
gray.
platinum is the lightest of the grays.
I think that could be it. I'm unfortunately, and maybe it's just when it's with black sash, it just reads, sort of bizarre. But I don't know if that's the window color you're talking about.
Window
Yeah,
color's blue.
yeah. I'll bring in. So I think I need to get some samples of the color of that window, because it is a bluish gray, and it would look weird with the platinum gray.
Yeah, no, I think the gray that's out there these days is not the best. But I just wonder if there's a different color trim you could think about just to mitigate some of this
Okay.
scale.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Abby, anything else?
But other people have, I wanted to make sure it wouldn't be white. I
The
just
trim.
think, yes, I'm concerned
Well,
about
he's
that.
proposing it as white.
I know, and I'm concerned
Oh, okay.
about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, okay.
My issue too.
Is that it?
And just to reconfirm, the trim is black or blue?
Blue.
The blue that you
Well,
haven't
The
specified yet?
sash and the doors are going to be a blue that he's going to show us next time it's up.
Yeah, so there is an example of something I wouldn't want to see, and that's on Pulpus Road, where we did have a mix of materials, and it doesn't, it's not looking very Nantucket, so.
That's what we call an HTC disaster.
Yeah,
That's not just a
Dove
bunch.
gray is their technical.
Certain
That's
people voted on that.
I did.
What's that? What, sorry, anyway, my concern is the color.
Right. By
okay.
the way, the issue with that is actually that they were supposed to provide screening from the road,
Correct.
which
Yes.
never went in.
Yep.
Like, if the screening was there, non-issue. Okay, so thank you, Abby. Thank you, everyone. My comments are actually on the north elevation. I believe that your quote-unquote main mass, which is your entry gable, the one that you drop down, is under fenestrated on the north elevation. I don't really care what's happening. Well, the south elevation is well fenestrated in my opinion, but I would like to see more windows on that north side. That would, it looks kind of barren in relation to the rest of the fenestration. I agree on the vertical board that it should be natural. I agree on the trim color. I agree certainly on Stephen's observations about the grading. So those are my comments. So perhaps we can move for some revisions on this guy.
Wait, I just have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Which side did you say was under fenestrated, the east?
The gable on the right-hand side of the north elevation. It's the side of the quote-unquote main.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Spartan. Can we have a motion? Compared to the.
Motion to hold for revisions and more information.
Sounds great. Val, thank you for that. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Bye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. So we got,
Can you just track all these other ones with this? Because I think,
oh, God
If-
bless you, Joe. God
right,
bless you.
if we're talking color and site section, I think it'll make everything else easier
Okay.
once I provide that
Boy,
information.
That's music to all of our
We
ears,
could vote on
our
that.
collective ears. Yeah, we have to move to have, let's see, that would be,
Motion to hold 3 through 5,
correct.
3, 4, 5,
and
and
6.
6 to track.
Yeah. Now that's
you.
Val's motion, and on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, Joseph, thank you.
Thank you.
See you next time, or maybe tonight, I don't know. Okay, Matthew, Stone Alley. Oh, boy, let's see. Myself, Abby, Diane, who is not here at the moment, Val, Stephen. You good with that?
4 of the 5.
4 of the 5.
We are, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good, fair enough. Okay. Stoner Alley. Stone Alley. Okay. Matthew.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. So can you guys hear me on this, Nick? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, great.
I
So,
can.
We've presented some revisions based on the last meeting that we had. And we've actually provided a couple different options, specifically the roof option. There's a hip roof version, and there's a flat roof version with a railing around it. So I think the board's suggestion, which I, again, thought was a great one, and it was mentioned before, and I actually, given the amount of fenestration, I probably should have listened a little bit sooner. Regardless, what we've done here is made the rear portion of the structure, the C portion, which is the tail, if you will, have it read as if it was a screen and porch at some point. So we do have quote unquote pilasters, or what would have been the original posts, spaced appropriately. It took us quite a bit to actually get the fenestration so that we had an equal and even number of windows on all 3 sides. The building is actually like 6 inches not out of square, but it's one dimension 6 inches longer than the other. Regardless, clearly, I think it looks great. I think it was a really brilliant idea. For context, or for option, I think there was some discussion about the hip roof and maybe that looking a bit large. And so as an alternate, there should be in the set a version where there is a railing system, a flat roof with a railing system. The other thing I'd like to point out, and if I could go, this is the other version. That's great, yeah. So it's essentially the same footprint, same dimension, and just a flat roof. And that was brought up at one point. And again, I think that it could work. The details emulate the existing sun porch in terms of its entablature and railing detail. So it's essentially an homage, if you will, to that portion of the structure. If we could go back a few sheets to the sections, there you go, I think A 3.1. So there was discussion about stepping the structure down. On the first floor level where the primary living spaces are, the most intuitive place to do it would be at the living room. And we've debated this internally over and over again. And the long and short of it is I feel it's a bit of a tripping hazard. And so we did not step it down at that first floor level. But what we were able to do is, if you look at the top drawing 1, is we were able to drop the center section second floor elevation so that there is a step, but it is on the second floor. So when you go from the main historic portion of the structure and you step down into the new, what we're calling the B section, the center section, you will actually step down. And we just felt that that was something that was less frequently used, and you'd be less likely to trip and fall because it's not a public space. So that allowed us to actually drop that center section even further. I think that one drawing one, is actually very telling, because you can actually see that there is a fairly significant difference between the primary ridge of the main existing structure and then this new secondary section. Just to reiterate, we have set the additions of what we're again calling sections B and C back from main body of the house, which is the original structure, 3'11", which I'm going to call 4 feet. So again, it steps back away from Stone Alley, 4 feet at the first the first section, which is section B. Then it steps back another 4'6" at the tail section. So this was a request that the board had made throughout the process, and so we've done that. I just want to reiterate that. We've also dropped the center section, section B, I think fairly dramatically from the original ridge height, which we were coming in, I think originally like 6 inches lower than the primary ridge height. And now we're somewhere in the range of, we're definitely north of 2, I want to say closer to 30, maybe even larger than that. That center section, the step down, picked up, I think like an additional, I think at least 10 to 11 inches, which I think was a big pickup. Kind of a side note, but I know that Ginger had some questions about the original survey that we had done. So just to, put that to bed or feel confident across the board, we've had a new survey being completed with topography, property lines, et cetera, et cetera. It's not completed yet, but it is forthcoming. But we feel pretty confident about where the existing structure is. We're not planning to move the main historic structure from where it is on the property. And so I just feel that we've literally done everything that we possibly could, both in terms of reaching out to Ginger, her counsel, her advisors, the board, and we just really truly hope that this is satisfactory to the board. One final point, there was some discussion in reading through the minutes. Actually, our client's son in his 30s has kind of really gone through all the meeting minutes. There was some discussion about the length of section C, which is the rear tail, and if there's any way to shrink that. My initial reaction was I had concerns about just reducing the size of the living room to more of a den size. We did do a secondary version of that. I do have that, and I could probably share my screen at some point if you
Did
wanted
you say we do have that?
Sorry, I do have that. You don't have that. We didn't make, it wasn't part of the submission. It was something that we just wanted to study after the submission deadline. So if there's any appetite for that, I mean, I'd prefer to keep the.
Well, can I just say?
Sure.
I mean, I don't like speaking for the board, but I think one of the, major issues on this project from day one has been its telescoping down the hill.
Mhm.
So if you're suggesting that you are reducing the amount of length that it goes down the hill, that can't be viewed in any way other than favorably. Can you screen share from there?
It might take me a minute, but I can listen to the board's comments. But
Okay, so when you're, how many feet did you say?
we took, I want to say 2 to 3 feet, between 2 and 3 feet.
Okay,
And it was a function too of trying to make the fenestration read so that the column, we wanted it to be a viable and believable porch transition, if you would, from a porch to a finished space.
right. Okay, good. So Matthew, while you're doing that, we have, first, I want to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as everyone is aware, this is the 1858-1871 barn turned into a dwelling by Eliza Card. Eliza was the first female MIT architect, Nantucket native. This structure is individually significant for our local district. I think that's very, very important to understand. HSAB took a look at the revisions as you all requested on July 11th. They said that the additions still overwhelm the original cottage. The middle section should be shortened by 3 or 4 feet and the enclosed porch by 5 or 6 feet. The proportions of the porch are too deep and not in keeping with what might have been built as an open porch. The plate height for the middle addition should drop a couple more feet, and the roof pitch should be steeper to more closely match the existing. HSAB respectfully requests revision so that if the commission is so inclined. The addition is still large than the historic structure. Again, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation on new additions states that the new addition should be smaller than the historic building. It should be subordinate in size and design. The existing footprint of the existing historic structure is 556 square feet. The proposed footprint of the addition is 832, significantly larger and dwarfing the historic structure. Asked for a window survey before. I haven't seen it. I don't see it in the application. Agree with HSAB wholeheartedly on their comments. Out of the proposal, as far as design goes, if you're picking between A and B, design B seems to be a little more appropriate. However, again, the overall size and design must change. The program still overwhelms this historically individual significant structure. And I would request a clarification on the proposed demo versus the retention of the existing structure. And what I mean by that is if you go to the west elevation, it shows that the chimney is actually proposed to be demolished, but it's actually shown in the proposal. So I don't know if that's just a change within the multiple revisions that the commission has seen. So I just wanted clarification on that. I wanted to notate too, again, the proposal is to eliminate the Eliza's trademark sunroom. It's an important character defining feature that should be retained for this individually significant structure. So very, very similar comments from before. I did want to mention again, appreciate, some changes that have been proposed throughout it, but at the same time, it's still significantly larger than the historic structure. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, so Ginger, I'm assuming you're here to speak on this. Okay. And Ginger, are you aware of anyone else in Zoom that is speaking on this?
I don't know if anyone's.
Linda.
I don't know if anyone else is on Zoom.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Well, I'll ask, but
Okay.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, I really want to say that I appreciate some of the design changes and the use of the window to look more like a added on porch. I think that is a welcome sign of response to some of the commission's comments, which, we didn't hear for a very long time. I still agree with the overwhelmingness of the height, particularly because of the massing of the addition. The perspective views are, I don't believe that those are actually how the public would view it coming up Stone Alley, because the height of the first floor is on the upper elevation of the landform, and in order to see those views from the corner as they're drawn, you'd need sort of a jetpack to be about the level of my living room. So that's one comment, and I would love to see it also still pulled further back off of Stone Alley and shortened. And I know that the original application is not relevant to this architect, but when it was first proposed back in December of 2016, the rear section was actually an actual porch over some lattice, not a filled-in structure. So the danger, of course, in that if you approve something larger than what was originally proposed after miles and miles and miles of travel and hours and hours of deliberation, is that it just encourages people to wear you down. I don't know, it's certainly worn me down. I appreciate the changes that are made, but we're not there yet. I think the process favors the applicant, and I don't disagree with that because I'm going to have to come here before hearing again, but this has been a tough one. So I would urge revisions.
It's been a long process. 2016, kind of can't believe that. Okay, thank you, Ginger. Is there anyone in the Zoom queue that wants to speak on this application? Just make sure to unmute and announce yourself if so. Okay, it sounds like nobody. So let's see, board members, who would like to be the brave soul that starts this discussion? Okay, Val. Oh, P.S. Sorry to interrupt, but have you gotten your?
I'm online and I
Can
just
you?
need permission to share.
Okay. Do we want to see this
Yeah.
reduced? Okay, before we start rendering our opinions, let's see the latest, because.
And Mr. Chair, through you, Val, don't forget to put your mic on.
I'm on.
She's on.
That's interesting.
Steam Moab. Okay.
So this is the version, these are the perspectives, where we shortened it by basically a bay, which is roughly, I want to say it's between 2 and 3 feet. Let's call it 30 inches, but it's basically a window bay. Close, I think it's closer to 3. And this is probably, that's what that looks like. So again, I also want to just note, because the board, I think Stephen in particular, I've been stalking Stephen, trying to catch up with him.
I'm waiting for the state ethics commission to get back to me before I call you back.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just want to make sure I don't.
I totally do. I'm half joking but anyways, I think it was mentioned probably like 2 meetings ago about this idea of making it look like a screen porch. And honestly, I thought that it's just something that's not something that we typically would, suggest, but I love the idea. I think it looks brilliant. And so I just want to apologize if I didn't do it sooner. I just wanted to make sure if it actually made sense. So, and then as far as that chimney is concerned, one other point was that we do plan to demolish it and rebuild it, because it does move slightly inside the building, if you will. Sounds kind of silly, but the chimney is further outside the building, and I think there was some feedback that we wanted to retain that chimney and then its placement on that elevation, and so we propose to just rebuild it and shift it slightly so it's further inset the building.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Let's see. So Val, you were going to begin.
I would like to say that I do appreciate Matt's efforts on this. It's such a far cry from our prior reviews. So for me, I think the thing you just showed us with the shorter or less, the more diminutive rear section is preferable. I don't think with the railing is preferable. That seems very busy and overwhelming. I like, you have a version that's a flat roof. And while I know that that's not very typical here, it just calms the whole thing down and makes it seem so much more subordinate to the rest of what's going on. So that would be my vote. I mean, if you look at that, the alternate B on the side elevations, it just totally brings your eye to that being more of a one-story mess. And I would just say, I'm wondering, this is just a wonder, if making what's getting added very, very simple, like not a whole lot of trim detail, just a simple add-on, like a simple Quaker structure,
Mhm.
would help make it seem more diminutive as well. But I think you've done a good job with the second version here. That's all I have, Mr. Chair, right now.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Okay, Abby, go ahead.
So I too like the alternate B, the flat roof. I really like the fancy one, but it doesn't give homage to the architect. So guess it's the flat one. But something that's always bothered me about that, in the middle massing on the third floor, I think it is, those two windows never, always look kind of askew. Not those, but when you're looking at the back, I guess it's the northeast. Yeah, no, yeah, those two windows, whoops, yeah, those. So those two windows don't seem to relate with the sun porch. And I was wondering, could you even take the three windows that are on the front over the front door and put, that could relate back to the original?
That would, we could certainly do that. I think there's enough room for it. It's with
It's
the
just-
minimal pitch, but I think there's enough clearance for it.
That would give a little, respect to the architect. The other thing I was thinking on the side to the south, the one thing that bothers me about this elevation is on the second floor, the gable dormer with the one French door and the two windows on either side. I was wondering if you could, the way you've given columns in between each window there, I wonder if you couldn't make those, instead of having cottage corners, they could also have sort of a column as a side, like a corner board. It could give it a little more
Cornerboard for sure.
oomph.
Like a pilaster.
Yeah, like you did in between the windows there.
Well, it's on
As
the
a
old
detail.
building there.
Yeah, that's where I got the idea.
Yeah.
It's just continue that. I think it's okay. I don't think it's too fussy to do that.
Yeah, that's easy.
But let me just, can I just look at my notes for a second? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the old hip, I thought it looked really severe coming down and sort of, it just seemed awkward to me. It seemed too steep. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we go to the proposed shortened?
I think this is the short one.
Okay. Without the second story rail. Oh, we don't have one that shows it. We've got one that's the longer version without the rail.
Yeah, I think there's,
Okay.
I can pull that one.
So Matt, I appreciate the changes. I think my concerns are consistent. I'm not going to introduce new elements to different elevations. Primarily, it's the step down to the south. I think you could have a knockout here. Can we go back to the floor plan? And zoom in on the first floor. You've stepped down the second story over the kitchen and the dining and the more formal dining area. You have a natural breaking point. Can you scroll down just a little bit? Okay, so there's a natural break point at the rear wall of the existing structure right there. There could be a step down. And I'm not going to design at the table, but this is a material potential modification that would change the whole nature. If you lost another 8 inches of the overall height, while not otherwise changing the mass other than the foundation height on the exterior, not on the interior, by stepping down there, that would make a tremendous difference in addition to the shortened porch. That I think for me is a bare minimum. If you were to move the porch a foot to the south, I think that the HDC would be all in favor. Maybe, others will be in any event. With respect to moving the porch to the south a foot, clearly it doesn't affect the internal programming. I looked at the site plan from the locus. It doesn't affect the view, especially if it's stepped down another 8 inches. Keeping in mind that the existing porch area stuck out further than what this would, and this, as opposed to the existing, is much further down the hill. So I think that those would be my primary comments. The fenestration, I think, is fine. I think you've done a nice job with that. Elements on the south elevation aren't going to be visible. I'm not concerned about those as much. What you propose is in keeping with the vocabulary, with the established guidelines through the federal guidelines. And I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When you were using the term porch, you meant the sun porch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just to be sure. So, Matthew, Matt and I had a conversation today, and he said he didn't want to break up the first floor because he didn't want to have a demising line between the kitchen and the dining, or the dining and the living. I forget which.
Dining and living.
But then I looked at the plans and I realized that there is a natural spot right where Steven suggested that is a cased opening. So one would usually accept that you could have one step down. Now, so then you say, well, that's going to affect the head height in the basement, but you're assuming that the basement slab is all one level. It doesn't need to be. You could have the similar step. You're 8'6" here, you step down once, and you're 8'6" over here, you just step down. So I think that what Stephen is suggesting is not unreasonable and could potentially get us that additional 8 inches of reduction in ridge and plate, which I think is even more important in this case, in that middle mass, that I think would, be very, very significant in terms of the perception of this building as seen from Stone Alley.
Can I make one more comment?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify for me, Matt, too, the idea there is that this mitigates the length of the additions, where the guidelines indicate, the federal guidelines indicate that the mass should be subordinate. I think that height, overall height, but also height of the shingle line at the bottom, especially in this area where it's tremendously visible, that helps to mitigate the sense of mass. And I think being able to break the secondary mass, the new proposed, and the sun porch, and lower them, not only will you lower the height, but you'll be lowering the overall height, but you'll be lowering where the shingle line breaks. And to me, it's just a natural step down Stone Alley.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just to, so Stephen, so I totally agree with everything you said. Just want to point out that we did, in this section, you can see that we did drop the second floor system, right?
Oh, no, we're aware of that.
So
We're just saying do that plus do it here.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry
okay,
to
so
involve
Matthew, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt Stephen, but the area that Stephen's talking about breaking, let me see, is it here or is it here?
Well,
There-
he was talking about at the wall, right?
It'll be there. Yeah,
Here.
and the whole first floor will come down 8 inches.
Right, so that comes down, and all I was suggesting is, rather than have a uniform slab that goes all the way across, you actually step this slab if you want to maintain your 8.5 feet here.
Sure. I mean, the
You
one
know.
thing I would say is this section here, this line represents the existing structure. And so while we could step down, my hope was to actually retain all of this, most of this existing framing.
Well, I
So if
see,
I was
so,
gonna do
so,
the
so
step down,
where, no, I get it. So
So the
you're
break
saying
in
if we
here.
step down where we're proposing that you would be cutting into the floor of the existing structure.
And if I could, this is the area where we have always kind of said, okay, well, that's where you could do a step down, and we
Yeah,
just
but
feel like,
you suggested, and I agree, that that's not an ideal place for a step down because it would be like 25 feet wide.
right. And so this we thought was a smart compromise because the existing floor to floor height in the historic structure is actually, the ceilings are, I want to say like closer to like you know, maybe even 10 or
Nine
something
and a
like
half
that.
feet high.
9.5 and change. So
Yeah.
for the new addition, there's no issue with stepping down into the bedroom. And then so you have a lower ceiling height, you know, here in this center section, but I don't think it matters because you're going to have this natural transition or threshold from the old to the new. So, and it's still a plenty high ceiling. It's probably like 8 and change or something like that. So by doing that, you can see this ridge line versus this ridge line. When we first came into you, we actually had this like something like 3 to 6 inches lower than the ridge.
Yeah.
And we've been just trying to work
Well,
our way through that.
For me, it's not the height of the ridge, it's actually the height of the eave, but if you solve one problem, you've just solved the other one.
Just last comment on
Yeah,
that.
go.
So the idea, Matthew, is, you know, I appreciate the sensitivity of wanting to retain that interior floor structure, but it's a relatively small area as compared to the visual elements that will be seen, as, you know, in what we are basically creating, which is new history. So for me, there's a trade-off there. I will note too that despite what people may think, you know, lowering a floor is actually an additive process. You're going to be cutting and then adding beams to head things off. So you actually could retain the existing floor structure. You would cut it, you would lower it, you would head it off, but you would have the materials you need to accomplish the goal structurally and retain the materials. 90% of that floor structure would be the original material. So for me, given the fact that the HDC is the preservation characteristics are the exterior character and setting, that is far more important. Just to be clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Hmm.
we have a hand up. Linda's here.
Linda Williams,
You didn't think we weren't going to show up for this, did you?
you didn't.
After 4.5
I
years?
I asked for comment on it about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we didn't expect it to come up. Sarah was stuck in traffic. She is now here. She's in Hyannis. I was busy with another project, and we thought you'd be hung up on Douglas for a while, but you skipped Douglas.
No,
So
yeah.
now we're here. So maybe proceed.
I'll get, what do you think, kids?
I just would like to know, Linda, welcome to the HTC. I'd just like to know how much of our discussion you've heard, because we made some very significant,
I
would say,
heard some, and I'm
material
gonna just make some really quick comments if we can go back to the elevations.
I want them to be really quick.
Yep. But we've been at this for 4.5 years. No one else has. So I'd like to go back to the elevations if we can get back up there. I know that's several sheets above this. And as we're going back up there, I just want to point out that we keep hearing about the interior, because I did hear all of that discussion. And on Nantucket, as you all know, the exterior drives the interior, not the interior driving the exterior. And there's been a lot of discussion by the proponents that the interior is driving the exterior. I don't care, because that's not what we normally do. And that's
Linda, that was part of our discussion.
I heard the whole last part of the discussion, all about interior floor heights and all that stuff. I don't care. Can I go to the other, this is the existing. Can I go to the other elevations? Which I believe it's filling up my entire page, so they might have to make them smaller. In a nutshell, and I know Sarah's here, this is worse than the previous one. I know you got
See,
all over that.
you're not looking at what we reviewed.
This is what is coming up on the screen, and I did see it. I had a copy of it.
We have a flat roofed version that we all prefer, and we have a version of the sunroom that is now 3 feet shorter than what these drawings reflect.
All right, I haven't seen that because it wasn't in the packet, and I have the original packet. I guess they're looking for it for this on the screen. I can't get at it on my end. In a nutshell, the height of that sunroom, which I believe you addressed, is too high. It's a vertical wall. It's coming down the hill further. It's totally inappropriate. I appreciate the sunroom vernacular, but it's still obliterating this structure from Union Street. And you can see the whole thing from Union Street. You can see the whole thing from Stone Alley. We've been 4.5 years telling them to run that sun porch or whatever they're going to do with that lower addition off the south. And I heard Steve say that still run it off the south. But even if you took that off, you'd still have a very high wall on the Stone Alley side and looking up at it from the Union Street side. And again, the sunroom that's part of her designs on most of her structures is being obliterated. It's not this sunroom. I understand you have a version that's a flat roof, which I think is a great idea, but I still think it's coming down the hill too far. And if you go back up 2 pages, you'll see that the grade is changing drastically. I think it's 2 pages up here.
Reviewing what we're not talking about.
Well, I'm telling you what the public was seeing. And the
Well,
public was seeing a drastic grade change, not this one, I think it's the one below this one. But you're seeing a grade change that was relatively significant and planing it out. And that what Quantity Bluff goes down at a fairly steep angle, all the way down to the guys on Union Street. So I suggest we have another discussion about grading, since they kept saying for so many months, this applicant as well as the previous applications, that there was very little grade change. There's significant grade change on the one of these elevations here.
I don't think anyone suggested, including Matt, that there was not a significant amount of grade.
Oh,
change.
they've been saying it's following the natural grade. It is not. And that is all over the minutes. So
Okay.
I just wanted to say that we are opposed to this design. It's huge. Look at that. I mean, that doesn't help very much. But it's too far down the hill. The grade change starts back up here with the existing, sort of up where the existing sunroom is. That sunroom is being obliterated. It's too big, it's too long, it's got to go south. And I agree with the comment, Ray, that you made recently, that if that whole sunroom came off and it somehow went 1 story south, that there'd be a lot less agita over the addition going down the hill, because it wouldn't be going down the hill half as far. And perhaps it can go a little bit lower on the existing roof, so it's not obliterating the entire structure from Union Street. So we're still not where any of us on this side of the curve are happy. And the windows are too large for this structure. You know, sunroom or not sunroom, there are too many windows. That would be atypical down there. And it's
Yeah.
still the only structure below the bluff and above Union Street that's fully visible from both directions, kind of an anomaly on that hill. But we're still not happy with it. It's creating still a wall with a very high wall plane. You can see the one on the bottom here with the flat roof. See how high that wall is. And I know Steve and you guys have asked repeatedly to drop that or get rid of it.
Okay, we've been talking about all this stuff for
So
15
that's
minutes now.
still our position. I know Sarah's here. I don't know
Okay,
what she has to say.
Ginger wants to speak again.
I'd just like to point out that this is the problem with changing things on the fly, because what Matt just presented, which is, as you pointed out earlier, certainly a step in the right direction. None of us have the chance to review, including the Historic Review Board. So I guess my question goes back to demolition and the demolishing the foundation and probably the original slab. You know, I still have questions about the depth of the cellar and how many steps down, because there's a break line in the south access, and the one that goes to the existing door on the north side isn't entirely clear either. So that was something that the Historic Structures Advisory Board also mentioned that wasn't discussed.
Okay, thank you, Ginger. Sarah, are you there?
I am, but I know that I'm late, and I just say that I agree with everything that Ginger and Linda have said, and I'm interested in hearing the commission's comments. We've been doing this for 4.5 years. It's
Yeah.
just, I feel
Okay.
like the changes just aren't enough.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your brevity. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's see. We were going through the board. Stephen, were we with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to Stephen.
So I'm kind of losing track. This is getting so much. A couple of things. I just want to be clear. The windows in the proposed sunroom, which is really a porch. So I don't think there's a lot of sunrooms on Nantucket. Maybe they are, but it's not the vocabulary I would use. The sun porch are about 2/3 the size of the prior existing windows in the existing sun porch. I frankly would prefer them to be larger. I would prefer them to be similar. And if it meant downsizing the sun porch slightly in order to accommodate that, I think that that would be appropriate. We covered a lot of ground on this. I will say, opening up the drawings and looking at them, I was fully prepared after discussion to make a motion to deny based on the time we put into this. Matt did bring forth an alternative that I think is approvable based on the discussion we've had at the table, which I hope is reflected in the minutes. And, I think that we can move forward subject to HSAB having a review and a crack at it. I don't know that anything they're going to say is materially going to change through you, Mr. Chair. Holly, did HSAB see the alternative that Matt presented
No.
here? Okay, I didn't think so. So subject to their review, I think, which is fair play, we would move forward from there.
Can I get back to, I think you were talking about this idea of if we did move the step down into the kitchen, living, dining area from that one cased opening, which seems like the logical spot to do it, and the removal of that amount of fabric in the existing floor framing to achieve the goal of being able to step down on the first floor as well as the second floor, you were making some observations on that.
Yeah, I think that that's an appropriate.
Okay.
I think that's an
Sound
appropriate modification that would allow this to be approved because it'll be a material change in the presentation of anything that's been proposed by lowering the sill height of the first floor of the proposed addition, the secondary mass, and the sun porch. So, and I also said, not to get lost in everything, that I think it would be appropriate to move the sun porch to the south another foot.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we could do that.
Okay, good.
And Steve, just so I understand what you're saying, you were also saying the shingle line would drop down
Yes.
as
Yes.
well. Okay,
Yeah, which is significant.
yeah,
In terms of like not seeing all the
Right.
foundation.
Well, just to be clear, the shingle line will move as a function of the floor moving
Right.
down. We
Right.
won't be extending it further down.
If I could to get through you, Mr. Chair, we actually also have lowered the shingle line by about 10 inches as it is on that rear section.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, I have nothing to add to what's been said. I would really love to see the stepping down that was just discussed. I think we can all agree that the reduced length of the sun porch, sleeping porch, the reduction in the length of that is great. So what's the
Make a
pleasure of the board? Okay, Stephen's
Motion to
good.
hold for revisions.
No, can I add to
I
that,
think he
please?
wants to be a little more thorough.
Yeah,
Let's try.
this is going to go on forever.
Yeah,
Would you mind if I modify that, Abby?
Kenny?
So a motion to hold for revisions being to lower the proposed secondary mass and sun porch approximately 8 inches at the sill level, to shorten the sun porch from east to west by one window width,
It's a bay, basically.
one bay, even better, as compared to what's shown in the drawings submitted, and to shift the sun porch a foot to the south. And I think that was it. Is
the
that-
flat roof.
Flat roof.
Oh, flat, well, yeah, flat roof, no rail on the second floor of the sun porch,
And this is revisions, right?
and HSAB,
HSAB, yeah.
HSAB.
yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane, not Diane, Abby.
Aye.
I get you two confused all the time. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
See you next time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Martha is here. I don't know if you inclined.
Yeah, let's go back. Okay, we're gonna go back to, let's see, this was the first item on old business. It'd be myself, Val, Stephen, and Carrie. Okay,
Thank you very much. I had a doctor appointment, so I couldn't come.
thank you. Oh, I should get rid of these. There you go, that goes too, right? Yeah, yeah, okay. Got it. Okay, Mirka A. Hearn, what's we doing? This,
So it's the hostel.
yep.
It's the old hostel, so it was called for revisions
Mhm.
and the comments of the trustees. So before we go to the revisions itself, I would like to clarify that the initial proposal was seen by trustees in, it was submitted the same with the architectural drawings on March 23rd, and that was the initial plan you saw first time in front of you, which the letter submitted at that date I have here was submitted to Esmeralda, so you should have it in a package. They had no objection to landscape in general.
Okay.
The second comment, which is just via emails, was I resubmitted the revised plan, which I just you see today, or you will see today. And ultimately, they have some comments, which I will, they had just one comment, and I can work you through it when I introduce my revisions, I guess. So we'll just start with my
Okay.
revisions, and then I can just follow up with their
Yeah.
comments to it.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
So the mostly, I guess, the initial, I would say comments were to the boardwalk layout. So I simplified the boardwalk layout, which more reflected the original layout, and it's mostly the part which is coming off the western, got aligned, more aligned with the main building, which is practically literally at the same place, just a few inches off because of the ramp in the same location, in approximately the same location. The next, we kind of simplified I kind of kept the same angle going like diagonally. I just offset them a little bit more. So you can see in a dash line is the existing boardwalk, which you can see, and then parallel to it, a few feet up is another boardwalk. Again, just creating a little bit of the common space. So that was the main change we did due to the comments the board had in regarding the configuration of the boardwalk. The second was addressing the comment of the HSAB, which was the ADA. It wasn't necessarily your comment, it was HSAB comment of the suggesting paved area. I initially had it as a gravel or pea stone, heavy compacted pea stone. They suggested to maybe use the brick. That would be Esmeralda. It's the area where is the pergola, not the paved yet. So that's the inner courtyards. Inner courtyards, if you go up to the side line. Anyhow, I changed it from the compacted gravel pea stone to brick, and actually going back to the comments of the trustees, that's the one comment they kind of didn't like. They do believe, if you read the email which is attached in the presentation, then the board felt the brick was too formal and they would prefer more like a Goshen stone instead. So that's the only comment they had to this revise.
Goshen instead of brick.
Goshen instead of brick.
Okay.
We could, I know.
Is that
with the ADA, we would have.
yeah.
We would, we did it in sistership, the town in downtown. We cut regular pieces of the Goshen, so it was better to lay it more with the minimum of the.
So you can get it flat enough.
Yeah, so I can make that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I could make that happen.
All right.
So going back to the trustees' comment, that was the only comments to my plan. They were not big fan of the brick in those inner courtyards, the brick party, the motion. And then one more comment you had was the discussion about the parking in the front, which I need to pave as an ADA. Initially, I was thinking of paved. The other option would be the brick, or we can just do partial. I do feel I would rather be more consistent with or paved or brick. Instead making it more busy, just have an ADA parking being paved and the rest have something else. Original parking is kind of just like mix of the hardener and the shell as of today. So I would definitely look up to your recommendation, what you feel would be the best fit. And I think that's the most of the comments. Something what we have not addressed in the plan, and that's my apology, the grading, as I suggested, I was hoping to create little landform, but again, thinking like 2 feet, just small little delineation of
yeah,
the natural grasses. Again, we are using just natural plants, grass, with summer sweet, bayberries, just for the delineation of the inner garden. I did not reflect that on this plan, and I'm happy to provide it in addition if needed. And again, I'm just talking up to 2 feet or so contours, no more than that.
Where?
Just around that inner courtyard wall, like as you look at the planted areas around the lawn, just create little height and delineation, plus the screening of the street. So literally the planting, if you look at the view per se, between the parking from the western and the lawn, you see that little planted curve. Again, it's all beach grasses, so it just would kind of little suggest of more curve and organic landscape.
Okay.
And I think that's it from my side.
All right. Holly, do you have anything on this?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. So you all remember that this is the Surfside Life Saving Station, Star of the Sea Youth Hostel, built by Charles H. Robinson, Victorian Gothic style. There is a preservation restriction on the property. And yes, Mary from MPT have been keeping us all up to date on their review concurrently with you all. So I did receive a copy of that email. I think Esmeralda just had up on the screen that on July 19th, Mary had said the easement committee has reviewed the landscape plan you sent on June 21st. This is to America. The committee suggests that the applicant consider an alternative material to the brick patios, such as a Goshen stone or an at-grade natural to weather decking, echoing the proposed deck paths. The committee believes these materials are more in keeping with the natural and informal landscape of Surfside. HSAP did look at the revisions as you all requested. On July 11th, they said that the 2 large courtyards are extensive. Brick is not a typical material for this area, especially in this very informal setting. Perhaps a grade level wooden deck would not stand out as much. Is there an outdoor lighting plan for the pergola area? String lights would be not appropriate. The proposed asphalt parking area could have sand and pebbles rolled into it to reduce the effect of the black pavement. Obviously, I concur with the 2 courtyards being fairly large. It seems, and also the pergola not being appropriate. I would agree with having the decking as more of a material than anything else. And do appreciate, America, you providing a survey of what's in the area. I think that's very, very helpful. But I do also agree with HSAB that the parking area could have another material that could be ADA compliant, that would be in keeping with this area. So I would definitely echo the natural to weather decking if possible. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Holly. Okay, board members, let's see. To reiterate, myself, Val, Stephen, Carrie. Who wants to start?
I will.
Go.
I'm always the one to start.
Yep.
I actually like the idea of the parking being asphalt with the stone.
Oh, the
in
mix.
It.
Yeah.
Because I think that's so informal out there. The brick is too formal. And I kind of like the idea, or think it's appropriate to have some sort of set in the ground deck as opposed to a brick courtyard. I think that's in keeping with the beachy feel of what used to be an informal area. What was the other items we were speaking about? The ramp? No.
The arrangements of the boardwalk at grade. They were
Okay.
like revised a little bit and simplified, reflecting the previous.
I think the way you've revised them is more appropriate than they were before. And I think what you're saying is where it says beach grass, right in back of where the paved parking is, that would, you're proposing to
That's
be
it.
a raised area, because you can
Yeah.
hardly see it on here.
Yeah.
But I think that's what you're saying.
That's
That
exactly
I would
right.
be in favor of as well. I
Yeah.
think that would, with grasses, would make it seem more like it was at the beach.
Little dude.
Yeah,
Little dude.
so that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Val, thank you. Stephen?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Abby?
I'm not on this.
Curious.
Oh, Carrie, sorry, Carrie.
I agree with Val. I do think decking would be more appropriate than any sort of stone or brick. And I think the driveway with the sand incorporated to lighten it up and beachify it, if that's a word, is good. And the pergola, I think out here it kind of feels campy to me. Adding the pergola just sort of, it lends sort of a campy kind of atmosphere, and it's in the back of the building, so I don't think it really will be seen that.
Are we saying camp as in kitsch or camp as
No,
in?
camp as in this place has a camp feel.
Yeah,
I remember
okay,
as a
yeah, okay.
teenager
So
going out here.
camp in the positive sense.
Yeah, in the
Okay, yeah,
positive
okay, got
sense.
it, got it.
And not in the Abbey sense. Haha.
Touche, that was good. Like that.
So that's it. I agree with basically all wood.
Okay, and Mirka seems to be nodding her head over there. So what would you say to a motion that would have the parking area as being asphalt, but with the stone, crushed stone sealer in it, which would make it less formal, and then go with wood where you have your two courtyards?
No problem.
You good on all that?
Absolutely okay.
Because I think that's a motion that could be made.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is through staff, we're going to approve this plan, albeit with the parking area being paved with inset gravel so that it appears less formal, and that the two courtyards that are now called out as brick would also be wood, just like the boardwalks. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, very good. Now, let's see where we are. Okay, Tori, it's your turn. 17 Ranger Road. No, you are not. But you're gonna have a big block in front of you in a moment. Okay, thank you.
No thanks.
Stephen's paperless. He's gone paperless.
That's awesome.
Very green. Okay, Tori, tell us where we were with this.
I will. Are we going to see it on the screen too? It's been a while since we submitted it,
Yeah.
just so I could
I'm
refresh
kinda
as well.
remembering.
What'd you say, Val?
Well, the previous,
Before submitted to compare.
it's always helpful, Tori, to
Yeah.
show the previous so that we can say how great your revisions are.
I will. This is an off-island architect who failed to do that. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I believe if we read the minutes for a minute, and I can't read them from here, if you guys can, it was the
Okay.
gable dormers that were an issue, and the way the deck was inset into the roof line.
Yep.
And I believe we took your suggestion to make them from shed dormers to gable dormers, if we get to the bubble drawings, I believe. And that might have been, and the windows might have been a conversation. I don't remember much else of an issue, unless there's something I can't read in those minutes.
So the inset deck, it appears to, well, I can't tell that it appears to be the same because we don't have a preview.
It was shed dormer.
They were shed dormers, and I believe we had,
Oh, yeah, there was that funny.
and the way the
thing.
shingles of the roof were lining up with the shingles of the wall.
Oh, yeah, and it looks
were
like
an
you put
issue.
in a little railing. Yeah. Okay.
So we have stud pockets in between the windows, I believe. We changed to the gable dormers per your suggestion, I believe. I believe the deck moved inset a little bit, and you were talking about the waterproofing as well, Ray, if I remember correctly, with the way it was designed
Yeah, I
prior.
mean, that's just a practical
No, I
thing.
know.
Has
Yeah.
really nothing to do with us, but.
I'm just trying to work out my memory. What, the deck?
Yeah.
Do you mean,
So those dormers are forward of those doors and back. That's, the deck is inset.
So this is a flat roof?
Above the two double doors?
No.
It's more
no.
like a shed roof.
Here you go. If you look at this section, it's
a
not-
Nantucket dormer.
It's not even a shed. It's just a regular gable coming
Okay.
down, and then it's cut. And then you create the deck there. Pretend for a moment that there was no deck, then all you would have is two dormers with a roof coming down. What they've done is they've cut like a notch into the roof to create the deck. That's what they're doing.
And the first revision had a shingled wall, and we switched to that.
Yeah, which is, I gotta say, much better, much better. Okay. Let's see. So-
Yeah. No.
And if we want to look at the photographs, I believe they're still on the scan. It is probably 2 acres off of Eel Point Road. Step back on Ranger Road. It's on, no, it's way off of Eel Point on Ranger.
We need,
There's no
Tori,
logo.
just for future reference, the locus should include a cross street. Because when this zoomed in, it's wonderful to see the structures, but we can't get orientation.
Are you talking about the site plan at the top left there?
No, the locus.
Oh, that should have been included.
It is. Can we scroll up to the locus, please?
Okay, it was too far in.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah,
Ah,
so
yeah, okay.
give us a
So
cross
there's
road.
2 lots till Eel Point Road, 2 or 3 acre lots that go to Eel Point Road in front of this with new builds on it. So, and I do have photographs from Eel Point and from Ranger to show you the view from the road as well and how far off it is.
Okay. Comments?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I hate to say it, Tori, but this dormer wall orientation is introducing, to my mind at least, a new element into the Nantucket architectural vocabulary, which is not appropriate.
Noted.
Okay.
And I know just to look at the second floor plan for the depth of what that wall will be like.
Do you want to see a
Is
picture?
that it?
Of one? Oh, that, no, yeah. Yeah, I go out there and lament that house on the hill all the time. So,
You lament it?
yeah.
Okay. All right, Stephen, thank you. Abby? Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Carrie?
I agree with Stephen. I don't think this is a typical detail at all. And I think with just a little playing with the floor plan, they could come up with a dormer and a deck that does not read in such a sort of bizarre way. Sorry.
Is it the size, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could?
Yeah.
Is it the size of the dormers? Is it the amount of fenestration?
I think the gables aren't that successful along with the setback, pushed back door wall. I think it's an odd combination that does a funny play of the planes in the roof when a very simple dormer, like on the other side, with a deck, you could do it.
So I believe we started with 2 shed dormers, did we not?
Yeah, and I'm thinking just a single dormer, and you can get out onto a deck through a single dormer. And it could be, not just 8 feet long, it could be extensive. I just think this is overcomplicating on a very, very simple little mass.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. I think Val, it's to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, and I think what to keep in mind is that the front facade of the main structure is very simple. It has no dormers. The rear does, and when it codes for dormers are single gable dormers, so you want to take cue from the dormers that are on that house.
I just want to be clear. I think the front is the dormers, faces Eel Point Road with the eyebrow window.
Well,
And the 12 over
driveway
12s?
drives up and you go in on a very simple.
In the back of the structure.
Right.
Yeah.
Um,
So the
so
dormers are on the
I
front.
would follow the language of the main house with that, and
I feel like they felt like they were
Hey,
following.
let's let
sorry.
Val finish, okay?
Yep, sorry.
Maybe put a shed dormer, a full shed dormer on the rear, facing away from the driveway and the road, and that could gain you the space that you need on the second floor, and some simple gable dormers. And put a deck, it's on the side somewhere. It looks like there's a little shed now that you don't see. in
Oh,
these
interesting
drawings.
concept.
So
Yeah.
just
Just
to be,
append a deck.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
yeah.
answer. No problem.
Because if I don't finish a thought, it's gone.
I got it.
Mhm.
So. now I've lost the picture.
We're like
Anyway,
goldfish, Tori. We just gotta get it out.
Yeah,
It's gone.
I think the dormers here overwhelm this structure, but they also overwhelm the house. So I would go and look at the side that has the single gable dormers. Put a shed on the rear and put your deck someplace else. And it wouldn't overwhelm this little garage or the house.
When you say shed on the rear, you mean the one with
The shed.
the currently with the deck on it, right?
The south,
The north elevation.
that's the front.
South.
The south.
She's saying flip it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and this little dormer in what's called the south on this one, because there's two doors on this side and one on the front. Make it go the whole way if you want, a simple shed, you don't have to bank all the windows,
Mm-hmm.
have some shingling in
Mhm.
between. And then if you want something on the front, emulate the dormers on the house, which are just single window gable dormers. And, put a deck off the side or something. Would look over the road.
It's a seriously good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a second, oh, we do have a second floor plan, but it looks like you'd be able to do it.
So are the photographs there to look at the front of the main house?
I was looking on my phone, I didn't see.
Oh,
Yeah, the dormers face Eel Point Road.
and there are decks on the front of the main house too that are funky. With the dormers.
Can
On the
I make
north
an
elevation.
observation before
Yeah.
you go, if you mind, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, all of having been said, if this were literally rotated to advantage the second floor deck to the sunset facing Nantucket, where there are these types of odd, quirky architectural elements, I don't think you would be able to see the inset due to the orientation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it would, you know, subject to a quick view with maybe a pole to, or poles to indicate the orientation of the ridge, I almost think it could be personally approvable, because you're not going to see it unless you're on Douglas Road looking down. It's in the distance. There's vegetation. But that's not to take away from the other comments. I'm just looking at a simpler approach. And I do like because I think it's appropriate, the south elevation dormer, which doesn't go left to right and cover the whole structure,
Mhm.
because that obliterates the roof, which I think is contrary to what we're hoping dormers do in the rural areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is this to replace the garage that's there, or? are
yes, you've already approved demo move off for the
Okay.
garage that's there, yes.
Gotcha.
Moving.
So if I could through you, Mr. Chair, the sighting of this is as far as back as it can be in that southeast corner due to setbacks.
Mhm.
So where we have this deck and dormers don't really have that west view that you were saying, Stephen. That's why they're on the front for the water view to the north. But are you saying switch those gables and the deck to the back?
I would just rotate the
get
whole
the view to the
plan
west?
180 degrees, yeah. And then you could keep your garage door, your first floor the same, but your second floor.
So if we
rotate.
rotated 180 degrees, the deck would be facing the house,
No,
No,
The other
it's
way.
facing away from.
the
it'd be
road.
facing southwest.
180, do you mean 90 degrees? You mean
No,
180?
no, because
You mean
what-
flipping it all the way around?
Yeah, that's, okay,
Yeah,
that's what I was
yeah.
confirming.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. Oh, actually.
So the
yeah,
deck and the
would
dormers,
face
the deck and the
southwest.
dormers
You're
on the
correct. That's
cars.
exactly right. Yes. Okay. I actually don't have anything to add. I agree with everything that's been said. I seriously think there's a better solution to the deck thing than
Yeah.
what's on the table right now.
And you said you don't have the pictures of the main house, just to compare it, because the gables and the decks are on the front of the main house that are proposed here. You don't, okay.
But Tori, the issue isn't so much the
Okay.
individual elements, it's the way they're combined with that setback wall.
Yes, right.
That setback wall exposing so much of what is typically a dormer, where there would normally be roof, is what's the atypical.
It's
element.
atypical, definitely.
Would single windows resolve it? And it doesn't sound like it.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have a motion here.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, next one, 71 Orange, new garage.
I think you have them. I think that's them.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, board on this one. Same board. Okay, let's go.
So me go? Or does Holly
You
want to
go.
go first?
You go.
Okay.
Yep.
This, we needed a clarification because the dimensions on the application didn't match the dimensions proposed on the elevations and the site plan. So I've corrected and cleaned that up. And based on your comments, the last review, we also have made a notation to remove the soffits, as that was something that HSAB and you all agreed upon.
To remove the
Soffit
soffits?
overhang on the east and west sides. If you look at the.
Again, it'd be really helpful to have the
I thought
previous.
I bubbled it all.
It- Well, there's a little note says remove soffit.
So you guys are commenting on this. No. Yeah, these are the, since we didn't make any changes other than the
Oh,
application, this is the same.
Okay. Gosh, let's see. Holly, do we have HSAB on this one? Holly?
she said she's coming over.
Holly is?
Yeah, she's not on Zoom anymore.
She's coming here to be live with
She
us?
she dropped the mic and she's running over.
Okay, listen, let's proceed with this X the HSAB comments. What are our opinions on this? I gotta pick somebody.
We're dumping the soffits. It's just
Carrie.
gonna be a,
I originally thought this little building was fine. I think it was a numbers issue. And I didn't have a problem with this one.
Okay. Fair enough.
So what issue?
Numbers.
Dimensions.
Numbers, height is 18 feet,
Oh, yeah.
16 by 25.
Okay, so you're good.
Yep, I'm good.
Here she is now. All right, who's next?
I would like to get a clarification.
Mm-hmm.
We're removing soffits on both the main roof and the dormer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a much more simplified structure.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
yeah, I agree
You
with
good?
what's been said.
Okay, good. Val Oliver.
I guess I'm good. I don't really understand what we're removing, but
There's-
Oh,
the
okay.
overhangs
Overhang.
here?
Yeah,
Mhm.
so, sometimes you just run your rakes long and then you just
Yeah.
have a gutter behind them.
Yeah,
Other times you box it out and then put the
Right.
gutter on top of that, which is a much more formal detail. And that's the removal of the soffits.
okay, so
It's really about simplification,
okay,
okay? I think we have liftoff.
but Holly wanted to,
Yes, thank you. Sorry,
Oh.
Mr. Chair. I was next door working on a couple other projects, so my
Oh.
apologies. I'm a
No
multitask.
problem.
So, thank you. This, for the record, the main structure on this lot is a circa 1820 typical Nantucket. HTAB did take a look at the revisions. They said that the long shed dormers should be broken up to reduce the amount of shingled area in the dormers. The garage doors should be of a simpler style. And I may have missed in the conversation, so my apologies. The only change that I saw that was the removal of the soffit overhangs and nothing else. I do remember there was a conversation of the size clarification, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming that was clarified.
Yes.
Agree with this, that this garage should be a simple, gable reflecting an outbuilding that's secondary to a typical Nantucket. So those are the comments, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Does that change anyone's opinion in any way before we move to a vote?
I think the doors are appropriate.
I don't mind them.
Are you
Anything?
thinking just batten?
What's the finish? Natural to weather?
On the doors?
Yeah,
Natural weather mahogany is what I believe they're proposing.
Okay.
I'm just
Mhm.
looking. Okay, so motion to approve sans, soffits, and natural to weather garage doors. Service, not the man door, the car door.
Right.
The double doors, right?
Double.
Yeah.
The double doors. Okay, on Stephen's, that's through staff, of course, on Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Stephen.
All right.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay,
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you. So the next few are going to be chaired by the glamorous Abigail Camp.
Well, wait, she's not on, oh, wait, yeah, you are. Okay, you are,
Wait,
you
wait,
are, you are.
I think.
No,
you're
it's
on.
just the way it's written,
Oh,
so it goes over to the other page, okay.
East Hallowell. Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
I can, well, yeah, you guys can share them. This is the rendering of the house that we have looked at.
Steve, will you write? what you-
Yes. Yes, happily.
Do you have any more of those?
No, you know what, I only brought one. There might
Okay,
be
we
some
can
left
share.
over, just to refresh your
Oh.
memory, you can pass them along.
Let's just open one.
Thanks.
Just takes up too much room.
So the last time this application was heard, there were a couple of requests. One was to put back the center chimney.
Thank you.
I'll wait till you get to that page.
Wait, this is the garage.
Oh, you want me to start with the garage?
That's what we have in front of us.
Yeah, do you mind just going
That's
to?
not the garage up there, though.
No, hold on. No, okay, we can just hold this and they can go to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other one.
We'd save like 50 hours in the meeting if we went digital with tablets.
What?
We'd save like 50 hours every meeting if we used tablets.
Well, if we get tablets, we could do that.
That's the garage. We'll just keep it there because we gotta do that next.
A little hyperbole there.
I don't disagree with you, it's easier.
Although we used them at the ZBA, I didn't like it. I
much
like paper. Okay, so this is, Steve and I had handed you the renderings that you could share. So the main comments from the previous application, if we're starting on the south, was to put this center chimney back. You can see, hopefully if you reduce, you'll see the previous submissions down, right, to the right. We had two chimneys from that elevation. And what we did is we removed the chimney to the right, and then we put back the center chimney, which was a request because it's on the original architecture. We've widened the mull in a bunch of and all the ganged windows so that they look like a traditional stud pocket window where you might have a weight and chain balance. We modified the window type that you'll see on the far left to create, which I believe you see on the side elevation, more of a different vernacular for the sunroom. And on the next elevation, there you see the vernacular for the sunroom. We reduced the number of windows there, and we changed the window types so that it looked a little bit more additive, and maybe it was done at a later date. Again, we've increased the mull on all of the ganged windows. Next one was this elevation. I don't remember what was changed there. I think it was just, again, the chimneys and the mulls. And hang on just a second. The windows to the far left was adding a mull. Just miscellaneous fenestration changes to this elevation and the chimney. And then this is where we reduced the amount of glazing. We got rid of a lot of the glazing on the little connector, and just went to 2 windows with shutters to make it a little bit more traditional rather than that 4 ganged unit that used to be in the connecting piece. And I believe those are all the changes.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa. Holly? Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1927 colonial revival, has an HDC survey on file. HSAB took a look at the revisions. This would be more respectful to the original classic form if the front porch appeared symmetrical to the main mass and hipped back at the left corner. If the dining room was pulled back to align with the kitchen wall, the porch roofs could be simplified and become more consistent in depth. The secondary porch roof would then not need to be hipped back, but remain a straight shed, cleaning up the awkward condition below the shed dormer. This would also mitigate the triple mullion in the dining room by pushing it back away from the main mass. As is, it is immediately next to the living room, single windows, and feels out of place. The second floor balcony is nearly the full depth of the porch and should be pulled back a little. Replacing the original chimney in the center of the ridge feels too close to the new chimney at the end. Adding the second chimney to the other end of the main mass puts it in a more central location and works better.
Oh, so they like the previous approval, previous submission.
From staff's perspective, appreciate retaining the central main chimney. I do have a comment. It is not unclear if the historic chimney is staying or if this is adding new. It should be the original and it should be clear. Shame to lose the lean-to as previously stated. Still not clear of what is being retained versus being demolished. I think a demo plan would be very helpful. A topo is provided on the site plan, but I didn't see a cross-section included as the HDC requested, so I just wanted to bring that up unless I'm missing it. But appreciate the other changes. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, the HSAB comments were for the north elevation. And I just, would want to point out again, if you look at the location of this, the visibility from the north is, I think, pretty non-existent in terms of the first floor area. But I did bring a little Exhibit A that addressed their concerns if it's something that you guys want to
Do we
take a
have
look at.
a floor plan of the existing? So I don't know what's existing and what's adding on any of it, or any
Yeah, I have it in the last.
dimensions at all. Okay. No.
Look at the existing elevations on each sheet of elevation.
Well, you can skip me while I try to figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, the existing elevations are on the
I know, but
elevations.
It's hard without a floor plan.
Mhm.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, I appreciate the change. Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the changes. I think the vast majority of this, except for perhaps second floor areas, and those are primarily existing.
Sorry,
I'll wait till Commissioner Oliver is done.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I think the vast majority of what's going to be visible from any street is going to be limited to the top of the second floor proposed addition. And even that might be challenged by the vegetation on the nearby roads. So I'm not going to pick out little things. That's it.
Okay, so,
I'll go.
okay, thanks, Carrie.
I don't disagree with HSAB about the porch and how it's returning, but I'm also listening to Lisa and I believe her when the north elevation is not going to be visible, at least very visible. But the chimneys, I think they will stand out, and I think they're odd. I thought the original two chimneys seemed too formal, because we are trying to balance the fact that this is sort of a beach house. So I'm not so sure what can be done about that. I wonder if you can just have the central chimney and not have the one on the right as well. And then this is just my own thing, but the doors, the French doors with such traditional 6/6s, I'm not sure why the 10 light or the 8 light is introduced. I don't know why you wouldn't go to a 12 light with a kick panel or a 15 if it's a full French door. But I appreciate the other changes. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Carrie. Val, you ready?
Nope.
So, Lisa, the facing the water is really the front of this house?
That's what HSAB was referring to as the front.
As the front. So, I have concern about, two French doors as a front door. This is what it's.
Well, no, I don't think that's the front of the house. I'm sorry. They referred to it as the front of the building, but the front of the house is the opposite side.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
is where the front
So
door
this
is.
faces
That faces the water.
faces the water,
Yeah.
right? So I don't think that's of concern. Could we go to, so I think my main concern was that is the chimney, that how awkward it is to add that second chimney. I mean, I like the centered old fashioned one. Could we go, so the more prominent would be the back of the house. Could we go to that elevation?
Yeah, there's a nice, I think, a good rendering from that showing the back of the house. I don't know if you have those renderings there. Abby? Oh, sorry, just, there was a nice rendering of the back of the house.
On this one?
I think so. That's right.
Yeah.
It makes it look a little, it makes it look very like an old house, very
Right.
beachy and
Yeah.
rural and additive.
It is very beachy. Yeah, I think my only concern are some of the gang windows. I guess it doesn't matter on the northwest, you're calling it, but on the east, maybe that one on the second floor could be reduced. But other than that, it just looks like, additive massing on sort of beach house. Nicely done. Val,
I can't comment
because
I just don't understand it, so. we're
I
good.
can, if you look at the minutes from last time, let me see what your comments were last time. Because we went through it last time.
I know, I only looked at 6,000 other houses.
I
that's
know.
fine.
You just had nothing to
This
add.
helps.
Yeah.
that's the one where you're going to see most.
Okay.
Carrie, what were
I
your,
agree with Carrie about the doors. I think we brought that up the last time.
12 light? Yeah, that's fine. And I guess I'm open to chimneys. We put that other chimney back and we put the owls in because it was on the old house. I think I'd love to figure out a way to get a staff approval, and then we'll come back and look at the fireplace issue as a separate item.
So just keep the central chimney as is with the owls?
I guess if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board? What would we like to do with this?
Madam Chair, before the
Yes.
commission makes a motion of any sort, I just wanted that comment on the chimney clarified. It's not clear. Is that the existing chimney that's here as is, or is this being added new? And that's what I wanted clarified. That's all.
We could, I mean, it could be the existing chimney.
Right, the
If that's
original,
important, I mean,
Well, the existing has the owls, correct?
right, we modeled it after the existing chimney.
and the existing chimney is the one, is the just single in the middle.
It's sort of a
Bigger-
cross shape.
bigger
It's a
one.
very interesting, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty interesting shape.
Okay, well, I think we can do something here. Seems to be mostly about the chimney and the French doors.
And we didn't do a cross section, but we did show the grade more accurately on the elevations. You'll see it's no longer a flat. The elevations reflect the grade a little bit more.
Okay, are you still thinking, Val?
I'm not making a motion. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. What would you like to do with this?
If I make a motion, it'll be a motion to approve as submitted.
With the,
With the doors how they are?
Yeah, because they're not going to be visible,
and the chimney?
which are going to be visible, but there's a
Just-
precedent, they're existing.
The one chimney?
One is existing,
Well,
Stephen.
one's a double though, right?
One's a double, then the one on the right is the new one.
Right, the existing is a double.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Is there any way to make the new chimney more subtle and not so prominent?
Yeah.
Would be sort of significant to me, I think, to
Could we
mitigate.
take,
that
yeah,
chimney
take the
bit.
owl off
Take the owl off.
and lower it.
If it can be lowered a little bit, I think that would be beneficial as well.
Motion approved through staff with the secondary chimney to be de-owled and decreased in height to the code minimum.
Is it brick? Brick.
It's new brick.
That looks old, right?
Okay, on Stephen's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Val, are you?
I guess I'm an aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye. And Stephen, on your motion?
I guess I'm an aye.
Okay.
Very enthusiastic, thank you.
A lot of enthusiasm,
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah, no, I know.
We've looked at it.
I'll write it up when you all sign it.
Oh, good.
There's a lot of time that happens between applications now, so it becomes more, I guess it's something we should be aware of. So now we're at the garage. So the comments on the garage, I think the main comments, there was the topo question here. And a site plan showing retainage was requested, and then the other changes we made was on, I believe, the west elevation, where we reduced some of the fenestration. Let me just double check if that's the right elevation. Yeah, on the west. It had 3 gang windows in the gable end previously. And we reduced that to 2 windows.
Thank you.
Comments?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, if it's okay, just to mention that HSAB and staff had the same comment, and that is the revisions are fine. The only comment would be that the garage door should not be white.
That's fine.
That's it.
Okay. Board members?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Should we see some other elevations?
Kelly was saying that the garage door should be blue. I'm not sure what the color, what color blue is on this, but they would match. Is it Hamilton blue? Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, in the shutters.
yeah. So that they would be that color.
Okay,
I have one comment.
Stephen.
So on the south elevation, Lisa, just for the sake of consistency, I think that shingle line on the gable forward should follow the grade as
Okay.
all the others do.
Okay,
It's not going to be seen, but I'll say it anyways.
that's okay.
I have no other comments.
Okay, Val. No comments. Carrie, was that it for the, about the
Yes.
garage doors?
Yeah,
They're going to be blue.
yep.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Motion approved through staff with the south elevation gable shingle line modified.
Okay. Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye.
And Val's an aye.
Okay.
What's left? It's the Lisa Botticelli hour.
For the 20 minutes.
20 minutes, an hour. Sometimes it feels like an hour.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just go through elevation by elevation, the comments that we had last week, and then the changes that we made. So on the front, from last week, there was a comment, I think Stephen wanted a center post to the roof walk. There was a comment about the railing, adding some interest to the railing above the front door, so we changed that to include a crossbuck design. There was some comment about the windows in the bay as being casements, so we are now showing those as 4/4s, and I've actually brought some different options for different windows for that little bay to look at. Let's see what else was there. Added shutter, oh, those were the old comments. Okay, I think those were all the changes to that elevation. And I can bring up, why don't I bring up these?
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Sorry, Carrie, I didn't
Um,
have a digital version.
Holly?
Oh, no, I didn't think so. No, I'm not, I was just passing those out. I don't think there were any changes requested on the east. The other changes were on the south, and it was really just getting rid of, we had maybe did an overabundance of that historic railing that we had up on the roof walk, and so we've changed the elevations now to include something a little bit more simple and with just a little detail of the crossbucks in the middle. We kept the historic railing on the roof walk and on the deck, which is on the east side.
Remind me of the colors.
White trim, shutters are going to be mineral alloy blue.
White trim, so the balconies are white.
Yeah, I have some old renderings, they don't actually.
Okay. You ready, Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is a infill within the old historic district. I think it's pretty unique to reflect the fact that this lot had a historic gambrel on it from the 1880s. And then in 1953, it was demolished. And then in 1954, a very contemporary 50s style structure was there that you all allowed to be demolished. So it's interesting to look at this cycle of change down on Breakpoint. HSAB took a look at the revisions as you requested on July 11th. They said that these types of porch columns were generally set on stone base instead of having shingles reach to the ground. The north glassed-in porch windows should relate more to the main house. The two large picture windows create too much glass. One is okay, the other should be broken up into a pairs of double hung windows. Additional brick piers at the foundation would visually relate better to the required structural supports. Dividing the roof walk into 3 sections would eliminate having a post sitting on the forward gable ridge. And HSAB respectfully requests revisions if the commission is so inclined. I just wanted to mention again that this structure will have to comply with Chapter 11 of the Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines, as you all have adopted. And that would be in a form of, obviously, the elevation is showing what the DFE and the BFE is proposed as well as with a proposed elevation certificate, which we have not, as far as I know, received in the file yet. On the revisions, with the white trim proposed, I believe the proposed fenestration with the porch windows on the north, it doesn't emulate anything of that historic driftwood. And it being, if it was natural to weather, it would kind of blend in more. And I'm concerned that that was just going to be popping out if it's going to be white. So maybe that's something to discuss. I do agree with HSAB on the comments regarding having brick piers and porch columns instead of shingle touching the ground. And those are comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody ready to pontificate? No?
I just wanted to add, we just about the bases to the columns. I mean, we have done a house with a shingle column. I think we would be more inclined to request a stone if there was going to be a change than a brick to those post columns, but we thought the shingle was softer.
Stone, like what kind of stone?
Well, that house that's on Walsh on the right, they have stone. It's right at the beginning of Walsh where it hits Easton. They have stone bases, and then they have short columns that sit on top of the bases.
Like
a
cobblestone?
Connecticut, fieldstone.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Okay.
I personally like the shingle. I think it's a little softer.
Okay, board members. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Oh, Carrie, go ahead.
Okay, go. Thank you, Carrie.
My main comment is about the little sunroom, and I think maybe that would be better with 2/2s, so it reads like often older houses have the sunroom with 2/2s that are completely different from the rest of the windows. I am concerned about the white and the paneling below it because I think it then creates a really formal piece to that element, and I think it should be quieted down a little bit. I appreciate all the railing changes. I'm on the fence about the shingle all the way down to the ground at the base of the columns. I think I can sort of go either way. I understand Lisa's comment about it being softer, but that a stone might give it some heft that this could definitely carry. I think on the other side, on the water side, I would think just the rail detail on the center. I think the second floor changes to the fenestration were good. That was from a while back, I guess. I don't remember. But maybe just the detail at the center bay of the second floor deck and let the rest be quieter. And the picture windows, I actually like the picture windows because that's a throwback to a lot of repetition down there with picture windows. So I'm okay with those. That's it.
Thank you, Carrie. Stephen, are you ready?
Yeah, I agree with Carrie.
Okay. Val, you.
One other comment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So 3 foot, 2 foot, and 10 feet. Your chimney is going to need, next to the roof walk, going to need to be 2 feet above the roof walk. So at its termination point. So I would just suggest that we all be aware of that, and any motion would include that change.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
Valerie, you want me to go? Then you come back?
I just want to make sure you all saw the other options for the windows. I'm fine with the 2/2s, but HSAB did request some other window styles for that bump out bay, so I did prepare those, and I'm happy to put that to shingle below. I don't think it will be visible, given the location on the site and the fact that there's another building in front of it, but.
Oh, I have to go.
Oh, it's
Sorry,
for the
Madam
win-
Chair. B1, or number 4, the 8/1s, sorry.
Poor Carrie can't see that, though.
Oh,
But they are to, ASAP, Carrie felt like the proportions should be more like the old windows. So we
Yeah.
did some different configurations. I could
Right.
go either way. I like the idea of the 2/2 as well, because it does show some history and some of it being enclosed at a later date. So I'm open to whatever suggestions you guys have.
So do you have that option on this?
I don't, but you would just take off the horizontal,
See these?
Yeah.
Take off the crossbar.
the crossbar, it'd be a
Yeah.
2/2.
Oh, it's just, okay, simple.
Simple.
So are you finished? Are you?
yeah, just
Did you s-
reiterate, I think the 8/1 that we're being shown is both consistent with the 6/1s and appropriate for a sun porch effect.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, okay. Val, are you
What-
still wondering?
What is the piers and the fill-in material underneath?
The piers at this point are shown as brick, and then the fill-in would be a V groove.
Natural to weather?
No, I probably painted like a gray, not white.
And the piers too?
The piers at this point would be, that's a good question. I would just go to the board.
I thought we had talked about liming.
No, that's the 46 Easton.
Oh,
We could lime these too. I mean,
yeah, I know. I was thinking it might be nice and soft, but
yeah.
keep on
I don't
going,
know what
Val.
that means.
We
It's
just
like
put
a,
wa-
it's like a
white
chalky
wash
paint.
over the brick to just calm down the brick color.
Yeah. So you see the red come through a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, okay. So let's see. So could we stay on this elevation? I think that the 2/2s would be nice on that sun porch too, and give it an old fashioned sort of evolution feeling that it was added on later. I think the far left on the first floor, the decorative balustrade is too much. I think that should just be a regular balustrade. I think it takes away from the front door and the sort of ta-da moment there. I think the post in the middle, it looks odd coming right out of the top of that. I think it was better in the first
Okay.
reiteration with the third, it broken into thirds. Could I see the,
All
I
the
think
railing's
it's-
white, right?
all the, yeah, the colors is a consideration. Could I see the harbor side? Yeah, that. Yeah, I think, what did Carrie say about the
To
balcony?
remove the crossbucks on the left and right and just to leave them in the middle. Like on the first floor. There's only the detail in the center. She
Right.
was saying to reflect that on the second floor as well.
Except for in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it, how it's rendered now. And I really like the picture windows too. I think they're really old fashioned.
Do you think we can, oh, go ahead, sorry. Are you the last person?
Well, you never know. Anybody else have something to say? I think
What
this,
about the roof walk railing?
Remember that came from the old driftwood. They had a flat roof deck that had that railing. If you don't like, we can just go to a standard railing.
so, white, the white color, yeah, it is a departure from the old fashioned.
It is.
Anyway, it could be sort of a,
I mean, I just want to keep, just to say that down there,
Well, that's the
don't-
thing. Everything's gone white. So if
Well,
you
and
do
also I was just
something-
going to say right next to this is the Coast Guard, which is very white. So I mean,
Yeah,
I think the
yeah.
white is appropriate on this building. I think
Right.
it would
I'm-
actually look better
I'm afraid you're
than
right.
natural.
So, okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? I think it's
We have very
minor.
few changes. I don't.
Yeah, very
can
few
we- it
changes.
was-
So can we put them in,
I don't know that I have consensus about the roof walk. Is Stephen okay with it going back to 3 sections?
Stephen, what's your feeling about that?
I think it's gonna be inappropriate. It looks too chopped up with the 3 sections.
Can we look at the front of the house again?
Here's with the.
Yeah. It's just, with the 3 sections, it's like little chiclets up there.
If you scroll up, you'll see the 3. It's on that page. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's the feeling on that? Stephen wants the center one. What is everybody else's opinion on that?
I think it's hard to have that right on the point of the roof there, but. it's just-
Carrie, what's your thought?
Why don't you elongate it by a few feet and have 3 sections? So they're not so small, but I think the roof is quite long. It could probably handle a couple.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go.
Okay.
So add a couple of feet and do it into thirds again?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so could somebody form this into a
I'll
motion?
try.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve through staff, making the roof walk on the north and south several feet wider. How many? 4?
2.
3?
3.
3 feet wider and divided into 3 sections.
Oh, 3 altogether.
The little sun porch to be 2/2 windows. And the chimney to be appropriately scaled above the roof walk to code. And on the rear, which is, I think, the south, for the second floor railing to be simplified on the 2 outer portions, and the middle can stay with the crossbucks.
Okay, very good. All in favor of, oh, okay. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Holly, what is it?
Elevation certificate for the file.
I'll make sure I
Oh,
can get
right.
that. I can submit that through staff.
Okay,
You
that's-
mean what
is
the
that
flood
part of your
elevation
motion?
Well,
is?
it's what it is, what the finished floor is, right? Right.
Right, so we were, I think,
the
proposing
minimum
this at
required.
8.5.
At the minimum required height.
Okay, that's part of Val's motion. On the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Great, thank you.
Val.
So I just put that on the drawings, is that right, Holly, or do I need to get something from the surveyor?
We need something from the surveyor.
Okay, I can get a
Yeah.
letter. Okay. This is, this is a blast from the past. This is the rec barn at 62 Wall Street. And at one point, we had come in front of the HGC to request batten board on all of the elevations, which did not go over swimmingly. And now, now that it's built, and you can see that there's a guest house that wasn't there when we first applied for it. It's the building that has the gray trim that we're talking about. The building to the right of the porta potty is a new guest house on their property that was built that now blocks the view of this building from Wall Street. And then there's also a picture that we provided from the circle. What is that called back there? And it's only one elevation of this building that's being requested to be batten board. It faces into the property. There's really,
Painted, isn't it?
no, it's natural to weather.
Oh.
And there's no visibility of it from any place. So it,
Can it be seen?
I don't think it can be seen. I mean, maybe in the winter if you're looking for it, but it isn't painted, so it just sort of blends in. It looks like.
Okay. Okay, Holly, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this structure is an infill within the historic district. HSAB took a look at this on July 11th. They said this may be slightly visible from North Beach Street side. Having barn siding on just one side of the building isn't logical. Barn siding is not appropriate for the Breakpoint area and would be a bad precedent. I do remember that this obviously has been up for discussion a couple of times when the structure was originally submitted. And I think HSAB has been consistent with their comment. If the commission is so inclined to approve, there should, in staff's perspective, there should be a condition that the visibility is not seen in perpetuity. I do concur with HSAB that this is adding an element that it may be something that was maybe have been something that has been down there on Breakpoint, but it is not at the moment. And it may just will possibly start a precedent. So I just wanted to bring that up for your thoughts. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
certainly
Holly.
happy to add that note about it being invisible in perpetuity, like you do for pools, if that's a concern.
Okay, very good. Carrie,
I don't think it's so horrendous, but it's
you.
one face of it. Can we see the site plan just to
Yeah,
sort of?
it faces into the property, so.
It was really visible
It
at the
used to- yeah.
beginning, but.
Oh, yeah,
it's
when the
green
building,
now.
Right.
is there a site, there's no site plan?
Is it that face or is it the gable end? Sorry?
If you guys don't have it. I'll show it to Abby and she can confirm.
Is it this face that we're looking at the photograph of, or is it the gable end?
No, it is inside, it's on the other side of that, it's this face. You're looking at this right now, Abby? Yeah, and it faces, no, it faces, towards
Walsh.
No, that faces Walsh. It's the face that,
South Beach? North?
way down, Jetties. It faces
Yeah.
towards Jetties.
Okay, Carrie, are you
Oh,
oriented?
No, I need to see some I need to.
Does
see
that have a
the-
site plan on it?
No, that one didn't. Can I see that?
It faces this way.
It faces into the property. We don't have anything with a site plan.
So is it this? It's not this one.
No, that's the building on the right that has a white trim. So it's the right side of this building, but it's not the gable end. There's another gable that goes, it's a separate gable from the one you're looking at in that photo, Carrie. Maybe what I should do is take a photo of it. And then
So, Steve.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's the elevation of the building on the bottom right, across from the pergola,
Uh-huh.
right there, right where the arrow is. It's that elevation.
And where is the road?
Facing,
It's
West.
facing west. That's correct. And then the road where you see the photo from, where you can see the gable end, is south. And then Wall Street is north. Yeah. So it's hidden by the new guest house from Wall Street, and then from the circle on North Beach Street,
Yeah.
you really can't see into the courtyard.
yeah, I don't think it's bad. And I think, I mean,
See, that's,
No, I know,
that's
I know,
North
I
Beach.
know,
Okay.
but where does this?
there might not be anything
That's the
like it
gable
down.
end of that elevation, but it's the even that's facing west that has
See
the,
what I'm saying?
But I think they've added a building on this.
Yeah,
Where's
maybe
this
since-
little leg right here. The site plan is confusing.
They merged properties. Yeah, this used to be 2 lots.
So where is this? In that?
That building no longer exists. It got moved across the street.
But where is that little leg, right in here?
I gotta do it this way because I have to get this to the right.
Is mulch is
Oh,
there?
here. Um, This is that lot, and so it's this lot needs to go underneath, and that building was here. That building was back here. The guest house is now here. This is old, that building's
Okay.
no longer there, it got moved, and that building was built back here.
So where is that?
That is on this lot, which is also a different configuration that's back here. No wonder I'm confused. So that GIS map is old.
I think the commissioners need to come prepared.
I think this thing is a barn. I think it's facing in. I think if it were on a house, it might be different, but no, I think this is kind of appropriate. Yes, there's nothing like it down there, but I don't think that means a small building like this can't have what they're asking for, and it's natural to weather. I think it's a barn.
And we did paint it differently than the other structures on the property to have it look like it was of a different vernacular. It's painted gray and all the other structures have white trim.
Right, yeah, no, I remember the whole
Yeah.
project, but I never took offense to it, but anyway, Stephen,
go.
yeah, please.
Sure, I think any adverse effect is minimized by vegetation and location. Thank you.
Yep, so Carrie, I think, do you get it? Do you understand where it is?
Yes, I do.
And Val?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, so do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, Lisa.
And I requested to hold 32 Holbert until next week.
To hold what?
32 Holbert until next week.
Oh, okay,
So moved.
thank you, okay.
We don't need to vote on that. Just get
Um,
held over.
I think we did, so.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Matthew, you're up next.
What?
Maple Lane.
I'm not on this.
I think we're holding your 32 Holbert.
Yes.
Do we have to make a?
Doesn't that just slide forward since it wasn't open?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sign,
I don't think you need to officially hold it.
Easton and West End.
We didn't, did we have,
I think you did.
if you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair, did we have the discussion on a bagels and lox allowance?
Hey, so
Oh.
yeah, while Matthew's getting prepared, this was our business, other business at the beginning of the meeting when Stephen wasn't here. So how do we go about this? This is simply getting some town funds to approve, get us some snacks
Yeah,
on the town dime.
Actually,
yeah.
No?
no.
That's what I thought it was all about.
Well, yes, but no. So
The taxpayers.
can I frame this?
Yeah.
Okay, because I think it's important to have context, otherwise we're going on the paper. HDC wants bagels and lox, or they're not going to meet anymore. So just a couple of quick concepts. One, municipalities, employers will at times provide a meal allowance in extenuating circumstances. I would go so far as to say that the HDC meeting for the longest, every week, for the longest period of any meeting that occurs typically is an extenuating circumstance relative to the amount of time other commissions, boards, and committees meet. I'll note too that typically that's sometimes it's afforded volunteers, but also employees. We are special municipal employees, not to suggest that, that gives us any benefits as an employee of the town, other than what is part of the special municipal employee benefit, which is a different part of the law. So there's just a couple of different factors that I think, and most importantly, the HDC under the Enabling Act is not only allowed, but authorized perhaps not required, to set its own fees in order to cover its operations and to collect monies. And I'm not suggesting that we are looking to set a precedent to change the way things are done. However, I think that that does provide more than ample latitude and framework for the HDC to request and some type of an allowance for, I will say, bagels and lox for a dinner break, so that the members can show up at 4 p.m. and stay through 8:30. Sometimes imagine it'll be 9. It's a benefit to the community. It's a benefit to the town that we we won't be well fed, but at least we'll have some nutrition. And I'm not suggesting it's maybe as simple as that. There's some staff aspects to it. There's some logistical aspects to it. But the idea was to bring it up as a discussion for concept, see if there's pushback. If there is, determine what we feel about the pushback, or if there's support, and then kind of take it from there.
Pushback from this board?
Well, no, perhaps others. Maybe the community, maybe, I don't know. I just want to see where it falls in.
I just wonder what's the
scale of
protocol for requesting the money, and it's not a huge dollar amount. That would
No.
in any way affect fees. And by the way, I've been told that the HCC fees all go into the town coffers. It's not like our money.
Oh,
So
that's an idea.
Yeah, so there's an agreement, just to
Yeah, right.
finish that out, there is an agreement in place where the HDC was brought into planning and land use services, and we work with their administrative staff, our professional planner, our support staff. So all this is in keeping with that. I'm not suggesting anything different or new. I think it would amount to the HDC voting that we would like to be afforded this minor, some may say an indulgence, but I would say just kind of a minor necessity, and see how it works. Maybe we do it on a trial basis for 3 months.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Are we?
Yeah, at least water.
I can't imagine there's any objection to this proposal, at least on this side of the table.
Okay.
So should we just take a vote to
Pursue
request funding of some kind from
Yeah,
from
darn
the town?
tootin'.
From Plus, from Plus,
Yeah.
right?
Through Plus.
Through Plus. Okay, can that be somebody's motion and we'll just go through it?
I think it's Stephen's motion.
We'll call it the bagels and lox motion.
Yeah. All right.
This isn't for crew dinners or.
Mr. Chair, may I ask just as far as what staff should be doing? Because this is a new avenue for me as well.
Yeah. So actually, I'm not sure that you guys need to do anything. What I would do is I would just draft a little memo to Andrew and say, we just voted through the request to get some money each week to be able to get some lox and bagels
To get through the
to
night.
carry us through the evening. Lox, bagels, and Pinot Noir. Okay, so Stephen, is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Stephen's motion is to for me to make a formal request to Andrew, head of Plus, for some money for victuals. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Okay, great. And I am too, so that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, thanks for bringing that up, by the way. Okay, Matthew, it's your turn.
I'm not on any of these. I see my name on here, but I wasn't on it.
There,
Where you on 31?
On what?
31. Last one of that.
No, I'm talking about Maple Lane though.
well, Maple Lane does have you on, but you're suggesting, it has you on 2 of them.
Minutes, I'm not saying anything.
Okay, all right. So there we go. Anyway, so if that's a fact, so on Maple Lane, Lot 4, new dwelling, myself, Abby, Stephen. It says alternate Oliver, but we're going to take you off of there, right? Is that right, Val?
Stay as an alternate.
Well, that's because you're an alternate on this one. Okay. So do you want to be off it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Matthew, you have a 3-person board.
I thought Carrie was on it.
No,
No.
For crying out loud. That would-
but,
I didn't think I was on it.
well,
As
you
an
you
alternate.
weren't. So if you're an alternate, you don't speak. You know, you just listen in on the conversation. Are you okay with just this one? Because then it changes when we get to the next one.
I'm a little confused because it says, if you look at the minutes, Welch, Thornwell, who can't pull.
Right, but you were sitting there. So that makes you an alternate. You know what I mean?
Which one are we on? I'm sorry. 4 Maple, the second dwelling,
No, the new dwelling,
the new main dwelling.
yes.
It says Oliver sat off.
Yeah, when she sits off of it sometimes. She voluntarily stepped off. I'm never quite sure how to handle that because it's
Ah.
not a recusal but she's not really an alternate because she might have gotten up and gone to the bathroom. So it's probably better
Yeah.
when it says step off, she's not, think that person isn't in the room. FYI.
Okay, so are you okay going with it?
Good 3-person board. Yep.
Let's go with the 3.
Just
Because you
is.
sat
Val.
off.
It just is.
Val.
I'm totally fine with it.
It's myself, Abby, and Stephen. Diana's not here.
But I think I'm on it,
No,
Ray.
Carrie's,
Yeah,
you
Carrie's
think,
on this one.
oh, Carrie is on this one. Okay, this,
See, this is why we need bagels and
Snacks. You
lox.
definitely need snacks.
well, my little thing does not have that on there. Yeah, and we gotta get funding
I
for the
made the
cape,
motion.
the
I'm gonna
capers.
call it what I want to.
Okay, so 4-person board apparently. So everybody, let's go.
I can.
We're doing so well here. So this was okay. I know this one. Lot 4. Yes.
So with your permission,
Matthew,
Mr. Chair, I
go.
can just jump right into it.
Yes, please do.
So the board has reviewed this. This is a new dwelling in a new subdivision. Maple Lane, you've approved,
Yep.
I think, 2 other structures in this area. You reviewed this once, the main dwelling. I think if we went to sheet A201, that would show you the south elevation, which is the elevation that faces the street. I think the only, probably the upper sheet, yeah, the south, drawing 1. I think the only comment the board had made was to change the roof pitch, which we did, which lowered it. We changed it to a 10 pitch, which dropped it fairly, not dramatically, but it's down to 27 feet 8 inches. Other than that, I think that was really the only comment that we took away from the meeting. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And it just looks like all the other roofs, because you switched to a 10, have dropped
Correct.
proportionally. Okay, okay. Is there any reason that you bubbled the cupola other than that it dropped too?
It dropped too, no.
Okay. Who wants to start?
I have 2 things
You
to
all
say.
set with that? Yeah, go, Abby.
So, the first thing is that the chimney seems massive and unfinished at the top. Is that just a drawing error?
No, it's that's on the back of the property. I don't think it's going to be visible, and we tried to go for a more austere cap, but we could certainly add a more traditional cap to that, no problem.
But the architecture is like farmhouse, so
Mhm.
I don't think a massive cutoff top is appropriate. I think the garage, which is connected to this main building, it has too much bling and should be toned down. It's got, it's like a shower and a balcony and a cupola
The
and.
garage is actually, is it a separate application or is this part of this
It,
review?
it is, Mr. Chair. We did
It
show
is.
it is. Yes.
Okay.
They are connected by a breezeway.
It is,
but
it is
we
part-
did submit them
okay.
as
It's not
separate structures.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, and it has, pop-up dormers, so I think that if that was simplified, I'm okay with the rest of the architecture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Carrie?
Yeah, I wish the garage were not attached. Somehow I don't know. And I agree with Abby about the bling on the garage and the cupola. I also wonder about the cupola on this in general. It's a new little development, and I feel like this, I don't know, the cupola lends it a real farmy thing, and it's not. It's a, it's a development property. It's my only problem is this cupola and the garage being too fanciful.
Too fanciful.
Yep.
And it being connected, if I recall.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Colors, Matt?
White
Okay,
sash.
so I'm a ABW, anything but white on this one. I agree. I think the cupola's got to take a hike. We've heard that term before.
Good old John.
For this area, for this particular style architecture, and otherwise, I think it's nicely done. I'm going to come in the garage when we do that one.
But the garage is attached.
I thought there was a separate application.
So it is part of this application, right?
It is actually filed as a separate application because that's the way the building department.
What,
No.
you said it is filed as a separate?
It is filed as a separate application.
Oh, okay, so we get a crack at that next.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, yes, thanks for clarifying, because, yeah, I thought you said that it was the same application. Okay, Stephen, sorry, go.
No, that's fine. Those were my comments.
Okay, so Matthew, you got a few things here. The cupola, which I agree is, a little too much on this. Appreciate the reduction in the ridge. That was all great. Stephen wants something other than white. And then we can defer any of the comments that were made on the garage until we actually get to the garage. And the chimney just having some more detailing on it.
So could I suggest removing the cupola? And I mean, the one thing I would say is there's no other cupolas planned in this. It's only a 8-lot subdivision, so there's no other cupolas.
Oh, no, there
planned.
most certainly is on your garage.
Yes, true. But I can anticipate that going away very quickly. But I was going to suggest omitting it, and then perhaps when we frame it, we could revisit it. And if it's not that important to the client, I can deal with that. The color, we intentionally went with cottage corners and try to keep the trim pretty minimal for that reason. And I'm guessing that the owner is really going to be wanting to keep the white. As far as the chimney, we can definitely adjust that. And then I can also detach the structure, that we can omit that breezeway. We thought because technically they're separate structures, but they are connected by that breezeway. That's why we thought it was critical to show the garage in tandem with the house, but I can remove that breezeway as well.
Okay. So let's see if we can get some kind of a motion going for you here that might.
Motion to approve with the following, the chimney, the massive looking chimney gets corbelling at the top. The cupola takes a hike for the time being. And
Move the breezeway between the garage and the house.
yeah, we're gonna remove the breezeway for the moment between the garage and the house.
And notably absent was the change in color from white. So is that your motion?
It is.
Okay. So that's Abby's motion on the motion. Stephen?
A no.
Okay, and I know exactly why. Carrie?
Aye.
Okay, Abby on your motion?
I'm just curious. I don't want to be, is it something we should be thinking about?
What?
It's just, for me, it's the white.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
a lot of white.
all right.
But there are cottage corners.
I'm okay with it. Yes, I'm a yes.
Okay, so Abby's good on her motion and I'm in favor of as well. Motion carries. Okay, so 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Plus, I don't mind dissenting every once in a while.
Yeah, no, it's healthy for a board to have dissent. I think.
Cordial.
You think so?
No extras.
If we're unanimous, why are we here?
Exactly. Thank you for
No, I just
that.
wanted to know if I was missing.
Okay, so you already kind of know what we're going to say on the garage, Matthew, right? Oh, by the way, I should clarify the board here. Let's see.
I think this is the guest house, but
Is it?
there it is.
Oh,
My
the
apologies.
guest house is different from the garage, right? Okay,
I got
so
it.
on the guest house, myself, Abby, Val. Okay, Stephen, not Val, and then an alternate would be Carrie. So it's the same board.
Yeah.
Right? Okay,
So-
guest house.
So we actually, I actually, as I said that, the staff actually did change it to the garage, so we can, because I think the garage is so close, why don't we just
Oh,
review that
okay,
one?
all right. So
Or Nikki.
board on the garage, Ray, Abby, Stephen, Carrie, same. That makes it easy.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I can
Yes,
just
please.
jump right into it. So I definitely heard the concerns. I think we can obviously, or we can certainly remove that cupola. That's easy.
Thank you.
There is some program up on the second floor. So as far as the dormers are concerned, in other applications, the board has actually suggested that on the dormer rakes, that we actually reduce the overhang by 50% so that there is a sense of hierarchy between the massing of the main mass and the secondary pieces, specifically the shed dormers. So I think that if you omitted the cupola and reduced the trim detail overhang on the dormers, that would go a long way.
Yes. Well, yeah, you can see the overall up here. Yeah, definitely.
Are those garage doors wide as well?
We could pick a different color. The trim, it would be great if we keep the trim white, but the doors themselves could be something else. We could call it natural for now.
Did you say natural?
I just suggested that.
Okay.
Give you an opportunity to review potential alternative colors to white with the owners.
Okay. Thanks. Who would like to start?
I could go.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm okay with this if we took off the cupola, made some of this natural to weather, like the garage doors. I don't know about maybe the balcony that goes up to the second floor. And what was the other thing?
Oh, it's a good point, Abby. There's a lot of wood there.
Yeah, I would just
Overall.
make it sort of blend in. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And then, just to be consistent, we should remove the breezeway, because it is shown on this as well. Okay, Abby, thank you. Carrie?
I have nothing to add that Abby didn't hit already.
Okay, but you're in agreement with what she said?
Yes.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you. Stephen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Matt, in this area outside of Maple, I think that garages tend to not be flush or more forward than the main house facade. Is that your recollection, or have you not looked into it, or am I perhaps wrong?
I mean, there's certainly examples. I mean, we look at a number of, in the core district, you'll find examples where the garage or secondary structure is in front of the house. In this instance, we did, I think, attempt to align the roof overhang is actually projecting further forward than the front porch, but we could probably reduce that or shift that back so that they're in the same alignment. In 3D, they look complementary, just given the reduction in size and scale of the structure compared to the main mass. And then now certainly the fact that they're not connected, but I could shift it back so that at least the front porch is aligned.
And then my comments obviously are cupola takes a height prefer, I think, it not be white, but the main house is white, so I understand that.
So are we pushing it back?
I think it's appropriate to do
I can
that.
push it back.
Push it back.
Like what margin?
I would say that I could align the front of the pent roof to align or be behind the porch roof of the main
Okay,
mast.
so that's probably 3 feet or so. All right. Good. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Matt, that I'm looking at this drawing now and I see that the driveway is, takes up the whole front of the lot, and I wouldn't be in favor of that if that was what is proposed.
If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, so we actually had to establish the curb cut as they were laying out the road, and so we just showed that. We do want access, obviously, to the garage, but we are working with the landscape architect, and so I anticipate that driveway will not look that way. So.
Yeah, okay, great. That was in the future, but if you are moving the garage back, it would affect all of that, so I just added that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So it sounds like Matthew, I'm a little confused on something. I'm looking at this little inset south elevation right here. And this is supposed to be a breezeway, but it's actually shown as like an enclosed 2-story connector.
Yeah. So in those reduced elevations, we are actually showing the guest house as well. It's actually
it's behind
activated,
all that.
so that is actually the guest house, very, very far back, but it doesn't really read that way.
Okay, I understand it now. So sounds like we can approve this with the removal of the cupola, having the exterior stair to the second floor all be done as natural rather than painted white. Garage doors, something other than white, we'll call it natural to weather for now. And moving the whole garage back so that it is not proud of the porch on the main house. Those would be the conditions through staff. Yeah, cupola is coming off. Does somebody want to make that motion?
Are we doing the second floor rakes too?
Sorry, what?
Are we reducing the second floor dormer rakes?
Reducing the second floor dormer rake?
Yeah, the overhangs.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one.
I suggested that.
I like that because I think it looks a little.
So reduce the overhang, the rake overhang by 50% on the shed dormers. So there's.
Yeah, actually, I actually like that too. Okay, so can somebody give me that motion? All right, that was a so moved. I'll have to remember all that stuff. But on the motion, Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
I'm a no.
You're a no because of the paint. Okay. And I'm in favor. Motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
And
Thank
I'll
you.
admit I didn't memorize all that, so I'll ask.
No, I'll get it.
Thank
I
you.
got it. What? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so now we're going to jump back to the guest house, same board.
Excuse me.
Okay, now I'm going to try and remember all this. Thank you.
I'll go first.
Thank you.
Matt, I'm flashing the lights at you. So I think this is charming, appropriate. Given the location, when you're ready, I'll make a motion to approve it submitted.
Cool. Any other comments from the remaining board members?
How tall is it?
22.9.
little.
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Carrie, anything?
Yeah, some of the pieces read as quite tall, but I think the elevation that's facing the street and it's set back way back, I think it's okay. Simple on the one facing the street.
Okay, so it sounds like we're good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Right.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye,
Why? It's white.
but you can't see it.
All right, and I'm in favor too. That one actually carried unanimously. All right. All right, let's see. So Starbuck Road, is that where we are now? Garage on Starbuck?
I'm back.
Val's back. Can you just read that and see whether I got all the important?
Reduce rates, yep,
Yeah, okay.
and not white. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You gonna sneak that in there? There's that.
And this is the garage. Yes,
Uh,
I'm a no on that.
This is the garage and that's the guest house.
Oh, this-
There you go. There you go. Okay. Myself, Abby, Val. Are you on this one, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen and Carrie.
Mr. Chair,
1, 2, 3. Yes?
I was checking the minutes on this from 6:21, which as
Yes.
far as I could ascertain was the last time it was heard, and Abby was not on it. She sat off.
1, 2, 3.
So you have
Oh, it's
four.
interesting because she's listed down as a contributing member, but then it also
As
says
an alternate, but the minutes, yeah, and that led me to double check it, and she's listed as sitting off, which again is sort of a
Okay,
matter of
You good with that, Abby?
not really there.
So you're gonna sit off of that one. So that still leaves you with 4 people, Matthew, Stephen, Carrie, Val, and myself. All right. Okay,
Okay, with your permission, I can just jump right into it.
I would love that.
Okay, so if we scroll down to sheet A110. It actually, just again for context, this it's an existing main dwelling, which we did an addition to. So all the trim details match. You approved the zoning shed, and so this is an application for a garage. On the east elevation, we had 2 windows. We dropped it to a single. Elevations north and south. What we did is we actually reduced the overhangs. They were actually indicative of the main house trim detail, and so we reduced those accordingly. Similar to what we just actually reviewed, where the dormer overhangs, specifically the rakes, are 50% the depth or projection of that of the main mass of the main roof there. Those are basically all the changes we made. Tried to keep it fairly simple. The deck on the back faces towards the back of the property. I think you'll probably catch a glimpse of the stairs going up. We looked at a couple of different configurations and we found that this was the least obtrusive. There is a pretty nice view from the second floor on that deck. So the idea is that it could be used as a home office. You had made some comments about the porch, the pent roof over the east elevation garage doors and that of the roof on the north elevation. The north elevation roof, I feel, helps drop the scale of the building, establishes that horizontal line and drops the scale. The garage door, having a covered roof over that, I think makes a lot of sense. Just want to let you know that we actually debated adjusting them. There was also some discussion about potentially having them both line up. The garage doors are higher by nature than that of the front door, if you will, and that's why when we raised or try to raise the header of the north elevation porch, you basically get like 2 or 3 shingle courses. It just looked odd. So anyways, those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll go.
Let me just ask, is this subject to Mattocket advisory?
I have not received anything.
Okay,
I don't know.
all right. I mean,
Here's the house if that helps.
It might. Looking at the minutes, Mr. Chair, it looked like read in the record comments, but I don't believe the revisions went back to Mattocket unless you all ask for them to look at it. Sorry.
thank you. All right, we'll just go. Who wants to start?
Okay.
Thanks.
Matt, I guess my only comment is I wish more of the north was visible from Starbuck than the west. But other than that, I don't have any concerns.
Well, the north is basically facing Starbuck, right?
The north is facing the.
It's at a slight angle, but that is the
east.
intent. Because the existing house was an existing structure, we maintain the same orientation, so if you look at the site plan, you can see that I do think that the north elevation will be facing predominantly, but it's not exactly parallel to the road.
Oh, wait, actually, hold on, let me zoom in.
Because that little,
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good to go.
It's not quite squared up to Starbuck, but the north is the main elevation. Okay, Stephen, thank you. Carrie? Oh, Carrie, you're muted.
Oh, shoot, sorry, I'm sitting here talking to myself. I think the deck still reads as very massive for this tiny little building and the stairs leading up to it. I think the whole thing with all the boards beneath it, it's a massive element. And I get that it's not facing the road, so maybe it doesn't really matter, but it's not very typical to have all the boards underneath it.
You can remove them.
I think in this case, the vegetation on the street side is going to be really important just because it's a tall, funny little building. So I would say keep your vegetation to a maximum on the street side.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Val?
I agree with Carrie. I don't know what the vegetation is for the road.
How recently were those pictures taken there?
They were taken at the time of the application, so was submitted, so.
Looks pretty barren.
Yeah, it was probably early in the spring, so.
It's a new house?
There was an existing house there that we did in addition to. So.
Okay.
One, if I could, Mr. Chair, just based on some of the feedback, is we could reduce the depth of the deck, and then I could omit all the vertical boards under the stringer, if that helps.
Help me.
Me too.
Is there any merit to having the deck emulate the deck on the existing house, which has shingled corners and then railing in the middle?
Not if it's floating in the air.
Oh, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that. Sorry. I know.
Oh, no, the white railing. I agree with what's been said.
Okay.
Plus, it's in front of the house, so keep that in mind too.
As a negative.
Well,
Right.
there's a 2-story, then a 1-story, and then this bumps up again.
Are you suggesting moving it? Actually, if they were to move it, I wonder where they would actually move it to. Like, because there's no place to move behind the house.
Yeah. And it is
Could be
19
pushed
feet.
back further. What's the little square behind it on the site plan, a little kiddie pool?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could push it back.
We could certainly try to push it back.
But can I,
Hmm.
what are we gonna accomplish moving that? I mean, it's so far forward of the main structure that moving it a few feet is probably gonna have no effect, not even negligible. It's gonna be nothing. That would be my only concern with moving it.
Well, it might look like it was more part of the house, like a continuous thing rather than this.
I'm not sure that's a positive, just because then it would be two mass, like the mass would appear as one mass as opposed to separate masses.
If I could also just point out, Mr. Chair, through you, that
What?
the height of the building is 19 feet tall, so it's not the tallest structure.
No, but the proportions they seem well.
Yeah, it's very vertical. I mean, I do have to say, I may have said that before, but it's extremely vertical looking. What do we think about this one, guys?
I feel like the stair to the deck and the deck itself will be seen from Starbuck as you're driving towards the house. And I think it reads like too much on that west end. I think it's going to be visible. I think the rest of that elevation is very simple, but if the deck can be changed to incorporate the stair in it, but not running down that west side.
In other words, pull the stair back so that it's more on the south as opposed to on the west,
Yeah.
right?
We could
Yeah.
do that.
Can you?
Yeah.
Do that?
I'd probably have to keep it the depth of that the deck is presented currently. But
Maybe
I
it
think I
can
should be able to
turn.
get a switchback in there.
Yeah, switchback incorporated in the south. Maybe that will help mitigate some of the view of it.
South, yes,
I
correct.
could center that window too, Carrie.
Is
you
it
know, for the
natural
first
to
floor.
weather?
What, the
This
deck?
whole thing, the whole thing.
It's white
It's
trim.
white.
but
Everything white,
Oh,
we
the,
can,
the
a lot of
deck
white.
is different. Maybe the deck can be natural to weather. Mm.
we could definitely make the posts that support the deck natural to weather, and then have the balusters be white, just because that's what's on the main house.
Never loved that look, gotta say.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, how about you work on the second floor deck and the stairs to it, and we look at it again? Is that too much of a
month and a half.
bummer?
I think
You
it's,
know, I'm getting
Sorry.
tired of people saying that.
I'm sure you're
We
tired
don't
of
look so
experiencing it.
fair either.
I know. I'm just saying the timing.
I don't know, I just kind of feel like, given it's the vegetation there.
Is there vegetation there?
Yeah, you're looking at the Google.
oh,
Google.
that must have
This
been
before they
before
did
they did the
that?
construction.
No, the perimeter is still vegetated.
Oh.
It's not clear to the street.
Okay,
I think the
Good to know.
switchback on the south is appropriate, and there was talk of moving a window, if I could get clarification on that, Matt.
yeah, that I don't actually know.
If I could, yeah, what I was referring to is drawing 6. If by moving the stair to the south, I could actually center the first floor window under the second floor.
That. Yeah,
Small
yeah,
detail,
yeah,
but
gotcha,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, frankly, I think that, nothing on other comments, but I think on number 6, for me, it's the concept of the vertical board creating massing. If that was a lattice, 6-on-6 center cedar, like a 3/4 inch or a 1-inch lattice.
And natural, of course.
Natural, it would open that whole thing up, and this actually, I think, helps detract from the verticality. I think once you move that stair out of this elevation, this is gonna look like a rocket.
We could also not do, and we could skip skirting altogether too on the porch.
Yeah, but I hear dissenting views on the board, like, because Carrie wanted to have that moved off of the west elevation, and Stephen's saying that having the stair is one way of getting rid of its verticality.
I mean, if anything, I would suggest making the deck, sorry, Bill, make the deck a little less depth, so that you're basically shifting the stair further towards the north, towards the window that's there on the first floor, and better integrating it into the building. And that will further help decrease the sense of verticality. So basically, you're sliding making the deck not as deep and you're sliding the stair towards.
mhm.
But all subject to getting rid of that vertical board because I think it's changing the whole nature of the structure.
That's gotta go. All right, somebody's got to give me a motion here and see whether it's gonna sail.
I would go for a reduced deck and what Steven said.
Okay,
Maybe
Good.
reducing it to the first bay, which is a little wider than the stair bay. Is that about 6
Yeah.
feet? Is that about,
Because, sorry, Carrie, but what's the depth of that now? That's
There's
more,
no dimension.
is that more than 8 feet?
it looks like it's 10 feet if it's 4 and 6.
Yeah,
It's gotta be somewhere in the range of 8.
or close to 12, no,
Too
I think
much.
it's close to 12. I would make a motion to approve through staff with the deck on the second store depth reduced to 8 feet and the stair consequently move forward to the left on the west elevation.
and the removal of the
And the removal of the vertical board to be replaced with a lattice,
natural weather.
natural weather, 6'6" center.
Okay, let's see how that goes. On Stephen's motion, Carrie?
I think so, yeah.
All right, Val?
No,
Okay, Stephen on your motion?
I'm an aye.
All right, I'm in favor, so the motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, and
if you gained anything with lattice,
You don't, you lose.
it looks solid.
Nah. Gosh. I'll write that up next.
oh, boy, that would be great, thank you. 30 Orange Street. Ray, Abby. Val, are you on this? Okay, Stephen, and because Diane's off, Carrie, you can sit on this too if you want,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
I know. Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's how you spell proportionately.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I will never, there's probably been 12 owners, but there's a guy named Charles Butt that used to own this house. B-U-T-T is a big, he had a chain of supermarkets in Texas. Yeah, I remember, okay. All right, Matt, what you got?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application to basically repair, rebuild the roof walk, and actually really, I think we actually already got a like-kind replacement approval, but we wanted to make some minor changes to the roof walk detailing. And then the other portion of this application is removing the existing front brick stoop and replacing it with a wood stoop. Holly just handed me this great photograph of the stoop itself. So you had asked us to do some additional research, and we did reference, there was a book that you had referenced that the name escapes me at the moment. We looked through it and we did find images of the structure, but not of the front stoop itself. We do have photographs of the existing condition, and this photograph that Holly just handed me is, which I can pass out to everybody. You all have it? Great.
Hmm.
It says 1920s, 1930s.
Yes.
So again, for the front stoop, the primary purpose is there's some existing vegetation there. The condition's not in great shape, and we just feel that the wood approach is slightly more appropriate. So.
Okay, Matthew, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the 1827 to 1833 federal structure with a classical facade built by John B. Nicholson, a house right, and built quite a bit of different architecture within the old historic district, built in the 1820s and 30s. HTAB took a look at the revisions per your request on July 11th. They said the roof walk is okay as submitted. They're okay with that. The brick stoop is likely over 100 years old and part of the history of this house, and it should remain. From staff's perspective, appreciate the proposed curved railings versus the vertical that are 90 degrees, if you will. However, with the evidence I just provided to you all with this 1920s, 1930s postcard, it clearly depicts this railing detail. So it's a shame to lose that colonial revival feature as an element that is historic if it's not original, and should stay along with the brick. No concerns on the proposed roof walk changes, and appreciate the photo showing the detail as it's appropriate. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Okay, whoever wants to begin.
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
I think the wrought iron is appropriate on this house. I think it's historic, and I think that little detail of brass at the top is charming and very old fashioned. I think, you know, with the vegetation on either side, I think it's just, it's fine. But I like your rendering of the sort of larger wooden stoop, but I think I'm sticking with the old iron, and I'm fine with the roof walk.
So you obviously like the wrought iron rail, but do you like the wrought iron rail on wood, or do you want it on the brick?
On, as it is now.
Okay, so basically no change to the right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you, Abby. Let's see who else is on this. Val, you're on this.
Matt, are you proposing wrought iron on wood?
Doesn't look like
No,
it.
we were proposing to remove
Right.
it completely and replace it with the wood,
Right.
as shown in this, on the image on the left.
Yeah.
Reason being is that if you look at the existing condition photographs, the condition of the brick is terrible, and it's not really original to the original structure. 20s, it says 1920s, 30s, so, you know, we're kind of in that. I personally, for what it's worth, don't think that it really complements the house at all, and in fact, I think it detracts from it. It feels completely like a complete departure, but anyways. So yes, we do plan to make, our proposal is for all wood, Val.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm okay with the roof walk. I think that's fine. It looks like the original. And I actually don't mind the wood replacement, especially if that was a change that occurred over time.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with the applicant and Val. I think that but for the brick being, you know, apparently the age that it is, I think that the proposed porch and rail is more in keeping with the nature of the structure. It's certainly more elegant, and it is in keeping with the roof walk, which I think is actually, on this particular structure, a nice change. It's nice to see there was a historic reference for it.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
I think the proposed allows for space around the very fanciful front door and woodwork. And I think it is more in keeping with that than the iron. I think the iron detracts from all that. So I think I'm for the proposed. Did anybody hear that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, we got it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I wanted Carrie to see.
Oh, right, because she didn't get this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Carrie, that was an image that was submitted. It's one of those old Nantucket postcards, I think.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
it shows, now, yeah, is this, so the photo was taken in the 20s and the 30s.
Are we doing green shutters?
No.
That's too
There's-
bad.
I think some of the older photographs too, that go back further, indicate that this building has had many different lives, if you will, with devoid of that front entry.
Is the walkway leading to this brick now or what?
I believe it is brick.
Mhm.
Yes, it's a herringbone.
Devoid of the front entry, meaning that the front entry was subsequent.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because this whole structure's been picked up, moved, and it's
Oh, no
actually had a
kidding.
very
Wow.
interesting life.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
these are-
that I couldn't see. Where is it in this photo?
It's that structure. It's that center mass. It's unrecognizable actually, and
that
so it was
is
right on the
utterly
street.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Where's the front door there?
With the
It's
clock.
Read that
Behind
one.
all that
Behind all
stuff.
that, it's like
Yeah.
literally unrecognizable. It's
That's
completely
like
confusing.
commercial.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Looks commercial. There's
It's-
a sign above the doors and the awning.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
That's
think that Jared Coffin House used to have a front porch.
Yeah,
on it.
yeah, I love
get
that.
approval
I
for
love,
that
I've
one?
seen
I don't think, those houses
I
could
don't
never get
remember
approved by the
reviewing that.
HDC.
Hey, okay, so I was originally going in with the brick and the wrought iron, and it's very kind of Georgetown. I was just in Georgetown, and you see a lot of that down there. But I do think that the counter proposal that's on the table right now is completely acceptable and very well rendered. So I'm okay with it. And I think that will allow this to
Mr.
go.
Chair, if I
Yes,
may.
Holly.
And my only point providing this information is to show that this is an element of this structure that has evolved, that it is aged. It's a character defining feature as it's been with the last at least 100 years. So that was my only point.
Yes. Well, look, I like it. Is it the only possible solution to this that would be harmonious with the architecture of the building? And I think that Matthew has come up with a good alternative.
Obviously, the stairs go wood, right?
The stairs go wood, yeah, and the railing would be wood, but similar in character with that sort of serpentine sweep at the bottom. Does somebody want to make a motion on this?
I actually have a question for Matt.
Yes.
So Matt, do you know, I mean, it's not part of the vote, but I'm curious. There's a large hedge in front of the structure with a nice ornate gate. And then immediately forward of the existing brick, really swallowing what's seen in this image, which is already landscaped right up to the brick. Is this going to be open, or is it going to be landscaped right up to the new porch?
I don't know what the final landscape plan is, but I do know that those two shrubs, I don't know if I'm using the proper terminology, that they're likely to go away just because they're so overgrown and they're so obstructing the view. So I would anticipate that those are being removed and that there'll be something that's put in its place, but something that actually gives space to the building and the architecture. I think the privet hedge that is on Orange Street itself will likely be retained so that the sequence and the visibility from the street will be similar. You will see a shot of the entry, but I think hopefully in this instance,
Do we have
you'll see
pictures
more
of
of
it now?
So thank you. The point being is that more of the entryway will be visible than exists currently, which I think is appropriate and
Yeah,
beneficial.
very little of it is.
Yeah.
Gosh.
It's like a little alleyway.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bail.
Okay.
Oh, so that'll all be.
Opened up. Yeah. It's like those hedges are two sentinels trying to prevent you from coming in the front door.
Single file.
Should we have a motion on this one?
Motion approved is submitted.
There you go. Stephen has made the motion. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
All right. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Boy, that carried unanimously. How about that?
thank you all for your time
yeah,
and all of your
thanks.
efforts.
So folks, that concludes our old business portion of June 28th, which is, my birthday. They're, not the same year. Whenever I see that, I have to make a point of it. So we're going to move on to the new business of July 5th, which would start with Ethan McMorrow. Ethan.
Hey, Ethan.
Did you get the book that I gave you?
I did. I'm enjoying it thoroughly. I won't forget it's yours either.
Did you read it?
Yeah. I usually bring it here and read it.
Oh.
95%.
Yeah, I got to get that. I seriously got to get that. Yeah, it's the Crosby book. It's called, is it 95% perfect or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
actually has a image in there showing the evolution of a house, and all the things are added, like iron railings and.
it's a great book. A must for anybody.
That's like the precursor to the HDC.
Yeah, there's a thing in there that says if we don't
Yeah.
we don't get a design review board, they show pictures of like it could turn into like Middle America malls.
Son of a gun. Didn't know that.
And he is also included in our
Yeah.
national landmark nomination.
The what?
Our national landmark nomination.
And what did you?
His contribution.
Oh, his contribution. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought the book in Littleton, New Hampshire.
Okay.
So just a little whoop whoop, because we're on the July 5th business. We just cracked a new business, got through one.
New month.
I know. I'm feeling really good. Let's adjourn. So here we are at Hulbert Avenue. Ethan, tell us, go.
So basically, there's we're doing a bunch of things to it. Right now, the original house had a wraparound porch. Over time, the evolution of the building, they enclosed most of the wraparound porch and put a flat one-pitch rubber roof on it. And then in the 80s, they put an addition off the front and just put a roof and just dyed it free floating. And then there's some sheds that come off the second floor that just sit on two different shed warts that come off the second floor on the east. They're just haphazardly sitting on different roof planes. So the idea is to change the wraparound porch roof to at least a 3-pitch, so we can put shingles on it and not have the rubber roof. Take the left first floor 80s addition, take that roof and tie it all the way back into the house, move that wart on the east and make it a gable like would have probably have done historically when they built the thing, as you can see right there. And then on the, if you go to back to the front elevation, on the far right, that was probably originally an outhouse attached to the building, and that is just kind of sitting there with attached to another flat roof, and we just want to widen it and tie it all together so there's proper drainage. That's it.
Okay, Ethan.
Oh,
thanks.
and also, I guess, cottage corners, cedar, based on the original house. The second floor has all cottage corners, and we want to continue that. I don't think it's drawn on this. That was told that yesterday.
Where's a picture of it, the real one?
In the site plan, usually. Oh, I've submitted this thing so many times that I stopped including all the photos. There's hundreds of pages, but that's what it looked like before we started. It was originally 2 apartments.
Sorry. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1896, listed as a shingle style on the HDC survey. I think it's more eclectic if you ask me. Historic Structures looked at this on July 18th. They said the existing house has an eave line at the porch roof wrapping around the entire house. That eave line is interrupted by the proposed additions, creating 2-story walls. It would be preferred to push the dormers back a foot or so to have that eave line maintained on the east and west elevations. And then there was a comment about please relocate or box in the meter. And I believe the previous changes to this historic structure that you brought in, Ethan, in the past were mostly fenestration changes?
In the second floor deck.
Okay. I am aware, I know there's work going on this structure going on right now, and it almost is as if, and I don't want to, I know there's a lot of work going on down there, but it is almost as if that the work that's being proposed today may have already been started, and I just wanted to make that note. I'd hate to see some, historic, what's the word? I'm loss of words, but historic material being taken out without HDC approval prior to. So that was my only comment on that. Other than that, I do concur with HSAB's comments on eliminating the that kind of feature of the roof line, that the eave line is interrupted.
Discontinuous
Yes,
eave?
thank
Yeah.
you. That would be my comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Because I think I have a solution to that. It's pretty simple. Okay, so look at the west elevation, for example. This, I believe, occurs on the west and on the east. Okay, so if you look at the west elevation, they're talking about the eave line that runs over the single story, all those gang windows. And then they have these little projecting sort of wings that come out that are new. And the eave is discontinuous, but you could basically just run that eave right in front of all that.
Yeah, I can do that.
You know, and I
That's
mean,
easy.
you'd have it. You'd be back.
Yeah.
So, okay, Holly, thank you. And everybody's on this. Oh, Ethan, can you just tell us what the colors are? I'm sure it's the match existing, which is white.
What were the colors? Colors of the house. Can you go back to gray? The house
Keep it white,
but it's mostly cottage corners too.
Right.
So it's white windows.
but oh, okay, all right,
That's all in the first story.
fair enough. Okay, anything else, Abby?
Well, I was curious because of the crossbuck.
Yeah, like, look at, there's the white.
Imagine what the crossbuck would be like white, so that's why I was curious.
Okay,
Other than that, I'm fine with it.
okay, Val Oliver?
I think I'm okay with it. I'm not thrilled with both of the wings looking exactly the same.
Excuse me, Abby, Val, you really need to remember to turn your mics
Then I always
on.
do this. Unwanted, sorry.
Yeah, and I barely caught what Abby said.
Oh,
Are you off too?
it just looks kind of like ears sticking out on the side of the house. I wish there was some little differentiation there between the hips and the middle section.
Sorry.
See, that's what happens.
I should
turn
be
it off.
muting, I should be muting mine, yeah. Okay,
Digital.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm a paper guy.
Yes.
You good, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen?
I actually think it's, appropriate as proposed.
Simple.
Yeah.
Carrie Thornwell?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good solution to adding to a funky roof like this. And I do appreciate your thought, Ray, on running that eave line all the way across. Just keep that simple.
I think, yeah. It
But
would
I think it would-
also help with the gutter situation.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think as long as that's put into the motion, I'd be in favor of this. I think it's appropriate. Okay.
So moved.
Okay, so Stephen has moved to approve this through staff, just making sure that the discontinuous eave line created by the two side additions, I believe they were east and west, you run the eave across with the same detailing that you have already on the building. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
There we go. I could hear that. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. There you
Thank
go. Ethan?
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Ethan. Okay. Carrie, who's representing 6 Bayberry?
That's me.
That's you. Okay. You're gonna have to recuse. So you got one, two, you got the 4 of us here.
Okay.
All right. Actually, we've got a bunch of recusals coming up because Val's next and then we're after that. Okay, so.
And I've had to wait 2 months.
Just for saying that,
I'm
we're gonna
kidding.
move for some very, very
Yeah.
minor
Till
revisions, like really
February of
super
next
minor
year.
revisions, just so that you have to wait another 2 months. That's the way it goes around here.
I was only doing that because.
I know.
But it was a good point.
Yes,
It was a pointed point.
you know, we're not singling anyone out for deciding that they're gonna wait forever and ever. Everybody's waiting. Yep.
Doesn't matter how much you did.
Yeah. Okay, Carrie, let's go.
So
What you
this,
got?
these are just photos of the existing house. It's called Gables. I think it's called Gables on Bayberry and Sconset.
Okay.
And the garage that we're proposing is behind it, far back on the lot, to replace an existing garage that has been approved to be demoed a few years ago, and then we reinstated it recently. So if you go to the site plan, you'll see where this new garage is sitting. That's the rear of the house. So you'll see on the site plans to the left, there's an existing garage a little bit closer to the house, and then our proposed garage on the right side, further back on the lot. It's a pretty typical garage. We're not doing a driveway right up to it because they want to store their cars in the winter and use it as a studio in the summer. They don't want to have a garage going or driveway going to it. Someday they might move the house out of the setback because right now the house is in the front and side setback. So that might shift over someday, but not now. The garage is a typical 2-bay garage with a shed, a little second floor deck overlooking views and dormers. Yeah, have a look at the drawings.
Okay,
23
thanks.
feet 8 tall. Colors to match the house.
Do you have a picture of the house?
We just saw it.
Yep,
Was that old?
there it is. That's the side. It's called the Gables. The front is very funky, facing the street, but behind a big hedge. That one. Yep, that's the front of it. It's
I don't know how this got approved by the HCC.
Yeah.
1920 maybe.
That was one of my favorite John McLaughlin lines that I should have put in the speech.
What's that?
Say like, well, but you know, the oldest house on Nantucket has casement windows in
Yes.
it. And you go, that's because that was before the HDC. It's like, you know, they did all kinds of crazy stuff before the HDC came around.
Oh my God. What he said when we counted the number of 6-panel doors on Pleasant Street one day.
Oh,
Because I proved to him that they're not all 6-panel.
yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, so.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair, yes,
Ollie, of
I do
course,
have
sorry.
Sconset, not a problem. Thank you, Carrie, for the name. I couldn't find anything. I didn't notate that this was built circa 1940, before the HDC.
Mhm.
Sconset took a look at this on July 11th. They said their concerns were a lack of architectural relationship between the existing main house and the new garage. Rather see dormers give more room to the roof plane. Appears tall for garage guest house. Would like to see it lower and more spread out. Would like to discourage second floor decks. They had a question, what will happen to the existing simple garage shed? Can it will be incorporated or lost or demoed? And I would just agree with their comment on having it relate to the funky 1940s gables structure. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
May I speak for a sec?
you want to make a comment?
Yes,
Sure.
just in that the garage was allowed to be demoed, that's been approved. And the only way we can nod to that weird house, which we're trying to do, is just simply have this dormer dormers facing the street like the Gables does. Similar orientation, that's all. But set way back on the street, from the street.
Okay. All right, Carrie, thank you.
Thanks.
Who would like to begin? That would be good.
Okay. Hey, Carrie.
Hi.
So I was thinking that, the Pent long shed dormer is really heavy and it,
You mean the pent roof over the garage doors,
yes,
right?
yeah, yes. It just, and especially, you can especially see it from the side. It just looks pretty heavy duty. I wonder if that could be lightened up. I also think the two doors, okay, but the third little one, I would think that could be simplified to not having windows and be a little more sconcy that way.
Yeah.
Simplify it. Thank
Yep.
you.
Good.
All right.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Abby, I'm not sure I understood.
Pent roof too elaborate. The third set of
Heavy.
garage door.
Oh, the third door.
What
Okay,
did I-
that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, should be simplified.
Yeah, just,
You know, like it's it's ancillary.
tongue and groove.
Those are the comments. You want to go, Stephen?
Be groove.
I'm sure. I think, this is so far back that much of this isn't relevant, but I do agree with Abby. Simplify the door. Frankly, I think you could simplify both sets of doors, both types of doors. And I appreciate the 9 light windows. I think those utilized in the dormers are nice degree of self-editing, doesn't overwhelm this little structure. And yeah, instead, as aside from some kind of like gimmicky dormer to catch the eccentricities of the primary, which hopefully they'll be inspired to change once this is built.
They want to.
I think it's good.
You think it's good?
Mhm.
Okay. Val Oliver.
I don't really have anything to add. I agree the dormer is a nice nod to the house. I'm wondering, is there any merit to having the overhang of the roof just come down over the garage doors instead of the break?
That's interesting. Just have the eave come lower.
So take this and run it down.
Just run it.
Yeah. Like an overhang.
Oh, yeah.
And I agree with simplifying the man door and,
I guess it is a man door, or I think we're supposed to call that a person door.
Person door.
Yeah.
It's a bike door.
A wide person door.
We're all kind of focusing on the same things because I didn't really love the pent roof. I think they're tremendously overused out here over garage doors for some reason. So I'd just as soon see it go away. I think that the idea that Val has of just running the roof long would be more acceptable. And also just a simplification, certainly of the human being door. And perhaps of the regular doors. I mean, the regular garage doors, but that we have a lot of these things around. And as Stephen said earlier, it's set way, way back. So I don't think this is going to be of any tremendous consequence one way or another. So
reason that this is recessed in there?
well, I think Carrie could tell you. Hey, Carrie?
Yeah.
Abby would like to know why the door on the side is rebated in. It's, recessed in.
Just to create a porch for them to enter
Oh.
through there.
Keep the rain off your head.
Yeah, that's facing Sankaty Road and it's hundreds of feet and there's a new developed house right there. So there's no way that's going to be visible from anywhere.
Okay. All right.
So
Is there
I
any
just-
way we can do this through staff to overhang?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna try that. I think so.
Can someone explain to me through the chair, with the overhang of the main roof as an extension, I'd like to better understand the detail that will appear on the east elevation. It's not gonna look like a salt box.
No, but I think a bracket, keep a bracket.
Needs a bracket. Yeah.
So it's gonna go the full width?
It would have, it would have to.
Make,
Yeah.
not have that break. It just makes it look more
Can I,
simple.
can I say something on that now that, like, so if we do this, the bracket's gonna raise up.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd just as soon see the pent roof go to heaven, just period, end of story. You know, I don't think you need it. It's not that, the building's not that tall. It doesn't need to be broken up. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, what about a transom light over the simplified doors on the main structure?
If, I think they might, see where the floor level is? I think they'd run into
Oh, yeah.
head height issues
Yeah.
there.
All right. I'm not touching that one.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I like the idea of getting rid of it, especially because it's way back in the, it's not really like a working garage. You have to go around the house to park the car. It's really sort of a second dwelling. So it's, I think the penthouse,
Yeah.
the pent roof is really sort of not really working.
It's a needless detail.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve without the pent roof and making the man doors simple V grooves, human doors.
Yes, just simple V groove, no panels or glass. Is that what you meant?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Question?
Yep.
The removal of the pen is without prejudice. They can always come back. with
Oh,
it.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'm an aye.
Yep, okay. And Abby on your motion?
I'm an aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay, thanks, Carrie.
Thank
Now come
you.
back to the other side of the table.
Okey-dokey.
All right, and now Val is at 11 Hulbert.
I have some supplementary information to hand out based on HSAP comments. I won't make you say anything. Oh, okay. Sure, yeah. So this, hello? No. This is the existing structure on 11 Hulbert. We recently moved two structures from across the street onto this site, closer to the road. So the historic house is still in its spot where it was separated in the 1940s from its other half, which is next door at 9. HSAB had requested a window survey, so that's what this supplement is. It corresponds to the floor plans and elevations. The owner is with me, and her son did the survey for me and certified that the windows were replaced like 15 years ago. So there are no original windows left in the structure. There was also some concern, and Holly will read the stuff from that, but there was concern about the size of the deck. facing the water on the second floor, and so I'm providing you with some examples of houses on the street that have decks. It's really not that extensive. We're happy to downsize it a little if need be. And we're asking to go back to white trim. I have a historic photo in the packet that shows at the time the houses were separated, they had white trim. For some reason, this was bad. I hate to turn green on this, but what has happened, and the house next door stayed white, her sister's. We just moved two houses from across the street onto this site that have white trim, so it would seem it would be more in keeping and make it a more cohesive property if we went back to white trim. So I'll let you guys mull that over and let me know if you have any questions.
Okay.
We did provide a, I believe, surveyor's.
Benchmark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to just what it needs to be.
Okay.
In terms of height. The houses that moved over also were raised to this height.
Okay, Val, thank you.
I think it's in the first one, yeah.
Okay, Holly, I'm sure you have something to say on this one.
Yes, Mr. Chair. HSAB had a few comments, more than I have, I'll put it that way. So for the record, this is a circa 1920 colonial revival within the old historic, the historic district in down in Breakpoint. This proposal for the addition and to lift obviously would have to be compliance with resilient Nantucket, specifically with a low elevation for this historic structure. Thank you, Val, for always providing all these historic photos. It's fantastic. And appreciate the window survey, the supplemental package. HSAB took a look at this proposal on July 18th. They said the spacing of the north side windows and doors is important to show properly. Floor plans and elevations don't show the same thing. Please clarify. The single pane exterior doors are not appropriate. Divided lights should be used. I would agree with that. The floor plan shows the exterior stair on the water side in a different place in the elevations.
And they were right about that.
Please clarify.
Yeah.
Okay. The east elevation shows an exterior door that looks more like a screen door. What is the main door behind it? Some of the new windows have a wider proportion than the existing windows. They should match the existing windows proportions. The third floor gable windows are too square. They should be narrower to match existing window proportions or the one that currently exists. The north facing balcony should be a little less wide to allow the porch roof to be more dominant than the balcony. Removing all the historic windows is inappropriate. Window survey, again, that's been provided. Thank you. New windows should be wood TDLs to match the existing new ones. It would be preferred to keep the original historic green color for the trim of the windows. However, your historic photograph showing that it was white is much appreciated. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. I really don't have anything to add other than making sure that and I don't remember if it does, that the proposed elevation showing the increase in height for flooding matches the elevation certificate.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
don't know?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
To speak to the window concern about the sizes, I am using sizes that are already on the structure, so none of that has increased or decreased.
What about the one up in the gable?
Yeah, the gable.
So
end
that
one.
is one that is actually on the existing house on the east side. If you look, you see it's on the first floor, but we're happy to change that. I was trying to use a smaller window that's already existing on the house, but
There's one on the west that would fit it.
what's
Can
that?
somebody put the
There's an
drawings on
existing
there?
on
Carrie, what did you just say?
I have not seen the proposed drawings yet. I'm looking at these purple existing.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, this is the existing.
Right.
This was the supplement
Seen everything
for
except-
this, for the windows, so it's a different, I think, PDF. I didn't, yeah.
For the proposed elevations?
Yeah, hold on, here they
There
are.
there we go. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. This is,
So,
So in the existing west, through you, Mr. Chair, the existing west, there's a smaller window, which would be more in keeping with what's proposed.
Oh, yeah, much better.
the skinnier one,
The little one right to the right of the outdoor shower.
yeah,
It would be much better suited up there.
okay, so that's, yeah, definitely something we can do.
Yeah, good point. Who,
We are asking for SDL because of its proximity to the water
mhm.
and that it's so far off the street. I'm not sure that that will be easily discerned.
Okay. Thank you.
I have another question if I may.
Yes, go.
So Val, in the proposed, the chimneys are still shown, but I think they're being removed.
We're gonna keep it on the outside.
Okay.
So you're gonna structurally, or you're gonna put a faux one up? If you're moving it on the first floor, you got nothing to hold it up on the second
No,
floor.
I know. We're working on that. We
Can I-
wanna keep
can
it
I
on
say
the
something about it?
outside.
The chimney does not look that old. It looks like very big. So we have, restructured them.
Yeah,
And just,
I'm not,
put some physical support underneath.
right now I'm quantitative. I'm trying to understand what's in front of
Oh,
us. So
gotcha.
you've got a
Mhm.
proposal that shows a chimney where there was one, but on the floor plans, it's showing it to be removed. So I'm just trying to
Right.
understand what's going to happen there. If it's going to be a faux, then we need to have on the application what the materials are going to be for the benefit of the applicant so that it's spelled out. I'm not adverse to having a faux chimney. I don't necessarily think you need one, but I just wanted to get clarification on what was being proposed.
Okay.
I think we are initially trying to keep what's above the roof. If that's not possible, we'll come back and ask to change it.
You mean like literally keep it? It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, structurally, it's not going to
It's
work.
gonna be really tough. If it doesn't continue all the way down, you're gonna have to redo it in some
Okay.
Where you're going to have to build a superstructure to support the
way.
weight.
Oh, God, yes. Okay, so Stephen, had you,
I think other than the comment about the flip-flop, the existing west for the proposed existing east.
East and there's two of them. There's one
Yeah,
on the south.
So
Actually,
typical.
no.
All
There's
gable
one on the
windows.
south, there's one on the west, and there's one on the east.
Yeah, so those three locations. And then I do think if you're going to start to change out doors, it would be more appropriate on the second floor. And I think it's going to be on the first floor for those to be floor light. Yeah. Where there are French doors. And I'm not sure about what is proposed on the east. I think the comment from advisory was, is that the screen door or is that the?
It's the screen door and the doors aren't changing in those areas. So I just left the screen door.
On the east elevation?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
the east and the south. Those doors aren't
the
changing.
east and the south, but they are on the north.
Yes.
Okay, so the north would be floor light, I think would be appropriate. I think it's a nice, small, modest bump out with addition of some porch space, unless I'm missing something.
I don't.
And clarification, obviously, on the chimney.
Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Abby?
Hey Val, so I'm fine with most of the elevations except for the north facing the harbor. I think the old, what's existing has a lot simplicity and charm, and you've got that porch going up. I know you have to raise it, but the stairs going up, and I think that's charming and very, very simple and very sort of Brant Pointish. So I think, I'm not liking that north elevation that much with, I think the fenestration on the second floor, those French doors and the balcony are sort of, sort of overly done, and I miss the charm of the original north side. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Carrie?
I really appreciate the overall respect of the simplicity of this original building, and I think you're in keeping with it. I agree with the gable windows changing. And on the north elevation, I'm not opposed to changing it per se, but I think it's there's something a little awkward about the way the second floor deck is landing above the post system down below, and it might benefit from some simplicity. I also notice you don't have any stairs going down, because I also like those central stairs, or not the central stairs, but the stairs coming straight down from that porch, and I wonder why you're not Concom.
Coastal Bank.
I kind of
So we had to cut it into the deck.
Okay, so there is.
Oh, so there are stairs
So
in
there are, if you look at
inside.
at the west, you see it.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
Just cut
Yep.
inside. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I see it now. Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if just sort of reworking the post system somehow would help the kind of imbalance that's happening on that north elevation. It just seems a little off with the alignment, but I don't know if that can be helped. And I think the French doors should be 6 light or 4 light or something also. That's all.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. So maybe this has already occurred to you, but like if you have your you have 4 bays. I'm on the north elevation. You have 4 bays on your porch, right? They seem to be equally spaced columns.
Yeah.
Could you take the 2 middle bays and have those basically have the columns on the first floor extend up and become the end posts on the second floor? It would require you to move that one door in closer to the middle, but the deck would get slightly smaller on the second floor, but then it would get the alignment that Carrie has just discussed and frankly was kind of, troubling me a little bit too. So would that work with the interior program? Do you know what I'm saying, Val?
Yeah, I think we can make that work.
It'd just be nice to have those posts align with
It
would make a
then there would be an organization and an order to that. And frankly, it would get the second floor deck slightly smaller, probably a total of maybe 4
we can do
feet.
that.
Okay. All right, well then, so I think we may be able to approve this with just some conditions appended.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
I just had one other thing that
Yep.
made me think. So, understanding that our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines do ask for a streetscape perspective of what the elevation is in relationship to the existing structures. The fact that they've moved some structures over there to the site, elevated them. I think it would be important for us to see
I don't know how to do that.
Wait, let me hear what.
Well, it would be important because it's part of our design criteria of knowing what the streetscape is. So basically, so we know that this historic structure and the 2 structures that were moved on the site are consistent from an elevation perspective, because it's going to be its own like postage stamp, if you will, on Hulbert. That's all by itself. That's elevated at the moment. And we know that's going to happen, but again, I'm trying to establish a process with these type of.
So if you assume that they're following the same flood elevation for all 3 buildings, all those floors would line up.
Should.
Is that what you're suggesting?
They should. However, historic structures don't have to necessarily be as
Yeah, I know,
high
they
as
could
contemporary.
yeah, right,
So
they could.
that's another concept. That'd
So
be my
may I
only
ask,
thing.
Okay, go Stephen.
Are you proposing wet proofing versus raising it to the minimum required? I think the answer is no. Yes. Okay, what we would be looking for then is the flood certification at the minimum, it's being raised to the minimum required.
Okay.
I understand what Holly's saying, but I think that given that would accomplish it in this one. The other thing I just wanted to comment on is, I think despite what's rendered, the curtain around the foundation should match the existing.
Curtain around the foundation. Oh.
So it's got a little bit of a space.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The vertical
skirt,
boards.
The skirt
around your foundation area, below the shingle line.
Right now, you don't have a lot of them, but you have boards that are under the house.
Yeah.
And Stephen is just asking you to match that detail.
We were
Space.
gonna match the house that got moved over.
This house is just plain wood boards, and we're gonna match it to the house that got moved over. We're just looking for natural boards.
Yep, that's fine. What's the spacing on what's been moved? Can we see an image of the one that's been moved over, please?
That might be in. No, I know. It might be in the.
It's not this one that we're just picking up?
No, that's the house by itself.
Right, so why wouldn't it just match what's there?
The two houses that moved over, I don't believe are exactly matched to that. We were gonna match them all
I
together.
gotcha. Okay, thank you for explaining. And do you know what the difference is?
I don't.
Okay. So it matches the existing, I guess, the new.
Oh, wait, here, zoom in on those moved over. No, it's not really showing them because they're behind the hedge.
This
That
one has the
is where it
space.
was on Sandy.
Yeah,
And now they're.
so they're natural, but could you zoom back in on that, please?
Oh, you might
5,
have a picture. She might have a picture,
the upper left image, yep.
since she lives over there.
Crank it up 3 clicks.
Oh, I missed
Yeah,
that.
so there's some spacing on those boards, that's all. Just replicate what's at 5 Sandy. Other than it will be natural.
Matches the old house. How the old house. Which is the same thing as small places.
Yeah. It's just, the point is that, like if it were, this is probably a square 4 side, so it's a 4S board versus a tongue and groove that's
Yeah.
tight together.
Yeah.
And aesthetically, it's a big difference. So that's why
See
I,
that picture? They're like that.
well, that's what I just asked.
Oh. In the drawing, they're not exactly like
Well, that's
that.
why I
All right,
asked.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So, who's ready to craft a motion that incorporates all these things that we've discussed?
This is the side of the stairs.
Perfect. Thank you.
Here we are.
And Mr.
That's
Chair,
it, spacing,
Which we tried to match to what we want on to keep letterness.
correct.
the elevation should also show the DFE and
Oh, yeah, thank you.
BFE, not just the elevation certificate.
These elevations. Okay, we can roll that into the motion.
I didn't send that to you from Bracken?
Somebody, no, on the just take that information and put it on the elevations.
Okay.
Okay, so, can I have a motion?
And can we paint it white to match?
Yeah, I mean, that's what,
Okay.
I didn't hear any pushback on
Okay.
that.
Want me to try?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
all right. So the color, the trim is white.
that was requested, yeah.
The windows up in the gable will be the same as the original ones on the first floor. I see one on the first
It's
floor.
on the, it's
Up
on
the
the west
west-
elevation,
west
just to the right
elevation.
of the outdoor shower.
Wherever those exist, they'll be that
3 of
kind.
them in 3 of the gables.
The second floor balcony comes in on either side, and the posts shall reflect what's on the first floor.
Mhm.
And the doors that are now have no muntins will be 2/2s.
Mhm.
And,
And the spacing of the boards on the foundation to match the other
the
building.
existing on the building that's on the site,
And color.
Are we missing anything?
color is white.
The color was requested as white.
White.
Oh, in that, okay.
What about the chimney? Is anything about the chimney?
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah,
the
and the-
elevation certificate and elevation marked on, or flood elevation marked on the elevations.
And the chimney brick to match,
Yeah,
to reasonably match the existing.
we need
Okay.
we need a scrivener to write all this down in the.
Yeah. I think Abby
We're
was.
gonna get carpal
Abby was
tunnel.
working
I'll
on it.
try.
Okay, so there's the motion. That's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby on your motion,
I,
and I'm in favor. Okay. There we are.
And that is a wrap.
is that it?
Well, how easy is this? How easy is this 10 Lily? Come on, guys.
Oh, yeah, right.
Is it easy, Val? Is it easy? Okay, so
And then we do one other one. the
3 more
things,
months,
like
3 more.
things.
3 more months. Oh, gosh. Do you-
Simple.
do you need that, like,
Simple,
right
simple,
away?
simple.
That's Sconset? I don't think.
No, 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 this one and then the.
Here, let's rock on this.
Okay.
Boy, so go.
Okay, this is one of the little Underhill cottages on Lily Street. We are asking for a very modest addition of 4 feet by 20'6", 1 story to carry the roof line over. That's there to get a little more headroom in what's now a bedroom in a year-round residence. And I have one minor modification on the fly, which I drew up. We'd like the windows on facing the street to be small, little 3/3s like that were there. That's on the other little section on the front, instead of the full height that I have shown.
On the west, Val?
Yeah, on the north.
Oh.
I had replaced I had replaced what formerly was a little 6-light window, if you look at the existing drawings that Chris Holland did,
Yep.
with full-size windows, and they'd actually like to keep the smaller size windows, so I thought I'd throw it in. If not, I can come back with an amendment. Giving you the little history, this house is relatively unchanged.
So Val, just for clarification, what you just passed out shows a revision versus what was submitted for the north elevation of the
Yeah,
drawings.
just the windows.
So they're the leftmost windows. 2 of them will be 6-light, or are they
Yeah.
3/3?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, but,
Yeah.
so, yeah. I gave a lot of historic information, photos of the house. What's that? Oh, Holly, did Sab look at it?
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I didn't get,
They didn't.
It was on their agenda, but I don't remember. Did they? Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair.
Sconset?
Yes.
Yeah, so Sconset, so it was, I think they didn't have a quorum that time. And we're trying to make sure that if that happens, that whatever is missed gets put on their agenda. But as you know, as busy as you are, so are those. But this is an Underhill cottage circa 1882 individually, all those Underhill cottages are pretty much individually significant. Within obviously the old Sconset Historic District. I'm just really not even had a chance to look at this, so my apologies, but I know Val always puts in a great package of history and information. This, from the proposal that I see, is very, very simple. Keeping the same, you're not adding additional height. You're actually keeping the existing eave of the historic structure, adding it, giving it an additional height, and actually adding it to the existing eave. So I don't see any issues on that. Appreciate the reduction in the windows. Understand that that existing north elevation already has 3/3 windows already, so you're just adding an additional. I don't see any issues on this proposal if that's the only thing that's being done. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. What do you think, guys?
I'll go.
Yeah, go, Carrie.
I think this is very minimal impact and I'm for it.
Yep. All right, short and sweet, love it. Stephen?
I could go either way on the windows on the north elevation, though I do think that the 6 light are more appropriate. I'll just observe that at this scale, these cottages, these eccentricities, again, due to the scale, have an endearing quality, whereas, for instance, on 6 Bayberry, the existing structure, it's just odd. So that's it.
Okay, Abby?
I hate to be a Kobe, but I guess I'm just tired and grabby. But I don't, see. So the quirkiness of these Underhill cottages, it is that they flip up and the roof lines do these sort of alternating up and downs, and I miss that with the one line going across. And I was just kind of wondering, I know it's not appropriate, but I was wondering if you could lift that left side up just to give it a, so it wouldn't be one solid line across.
Well, the roof line itself goes across, but there is a little rebate on that piece
Right.
because it's more forward.
Yeah. I see that. I'm just looking for a difference in roof line so that it stays quaint and quirky and.
Abby, I'm sorry, are you referring to the ridge or the eave? Go back up, please. There you go.
She just doesn't want it to be continuous across.
The ridge?
It is, but it isn't. That you see where the addition is, it's forward
Okay,
more.
so here, in truth, in point of fact here, so the ridge.
Okay, the ridge.
Is already even.
Is continuous right now. The ridge does not change. What she's doing is she's taking this piece and raising it up, so now the eave is continuous, right? So.
But it's not one flat thing across. It's
Right.
There's a little rebate.
Down the bottom.
There's a jog in the eave.
Yeah.
It's gonna be longer.
Yeah.
But it's,
like a little inset in the middle.
okay. I just wasn't sure I just want to make sure I understood what Abby was saying.
Yeah, I think because it doesn't, it just appears more like the roof line is just one line, even though it.
Well, actually, can in what was passed out, it is.
Yeah.
The ridge.
The
No, the
roof line
eave.
is the same. No, it's
Yeah.
not.
It looks like.
It is.
It's not.
Wait, okay,
You
no,
mean
no,
because it's forward?
guys, hold on. The eave is continuous. Part of it is a rebate for a porch, and the other part comes all the way flush out, but the eave is continuous.
But it's not one line straight across.
Yeah, of course it is.
No, it goes
Oh,
across
okay.
and bumps in.
Look at what we're looking at here.
Not in this one, it's not. That's what I just said. It's straight across.
Straight across.
It's straight across. In that one,
Okay,
It is.
so that's,
You see?
it's that.
Guilty.
Guilty. It's just like hand in the cookie jar. No, it wasn't me.
Okay. So when you say it's like that, you mean it won't be, the eve will
Look at
not
the
be.
one that I have in this packet
okay.
that you're looking
All
at
right,
it
all
with
right,
the
all right.
exception of the
Okay,
windows.
okay.
That's what it's gonna
Okay.
do.
So Abby, does that address your concern if the lower the eave, could we go
Can
back
you
to
guys
that?
go to that? Right
If-
there.
Is it? Can you come down a little bit more? Thank you. So this break, does that address your concern, or you're concerned about that? But that already
That's already
exists.
That
there.
already exists. Yeah.
So if she does this, does this address your concern? One lower than this one?
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Well, just,
Yeah.
I just need a
No, I'm
little
just
more
curious.
headroom for a
yeah,
bed.
no, I'll just continue.
Okay.
Okay, so Carrie, did we get you, Carrie? I forget.
Yes.
You did, and I'm fine with this.
You were good. Okay, because I'm actually fine with this.
So I'm going to make a motion to
Complexity and contradiction.
approve as submitted, subject to a change of the windows on the 6 light proposed to, or the 6/6 to 6 lights, as opposed to what was submitted at the table.
Okay. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Carrie?
Aye.
All right, Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And Ray Pohl's in favor, so the motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay.
Now, hey, guys,
This is really fast.
yeah, I know. So can we just go to the oil tanks or the fuel tanks?
Yep.
Thank you.
Just get that off the plate.
Yep.
Mr.
Fuel.
Fredericks has been waiting patiently for hours and hours. They're all underground, so, just kidding. They're fuel tanks.
While you guys are looking at it, I
Yeah.
have some of the comments from some of the staff. And
Comments from staff?
No,
the one of the fun things about all of this, probably just for the sake of history, the first tanks that went in on this property were in 1938.
Excuse me, I can't hear him.
Oh,
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. So I said for just a point of history, the first tanks that went in on this property went in 1938. And in 1958, Mr. Beinecke moved 4 more tanks down there. And in 1968, he put in place what we've lived with since that time, which was 9 relatively unattractive tanks. And recently we've been able to remove all of them but 3. And so when you look at the dike walls and what we've tried to do was use the existing dike walls that have been there since the 30s and incorporate them into the solution. We spent a lot of time at the fire department over the last 9 months, come up with a design that makes them happy. They're double walled tanks, so they're actually standalone tanks. The purpose of the dike walls are to protect them from coastal flowage during flooding. They're really not there for what we traditionally think of, but they were part of the site and we saw a benefit to them. And so when you think about this, it's a little over 8 feet tall, which is about 6 inches taller than most of the pickup trucks on the island. So when you incorporate that 5.5-foot concrete wall around it, there really shouldn't be much visual impact. It's set back on one side and protected by Stop and Shop for anyone seeing it. And from the other 2 views, it's about 80 feet to New Whale and about 80 feet to the Stop and Shop parking lot, well over several hundred feet to the commercial side. So we tried to make it as de minimis but workable as possible with the concerns the fire department had.
okay. Thanks. So how about HSAB on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dave, for the history of the fuel tanks. It's amazing the changes that have happened before and after Beinecke's timeframe. HSAB took a look at the proposal on July 18th. Full height, 8 foot or so, shingled walls should surround the concrete wall to screen both the concrete wall and the top of the fuel tanks. The tanks should be painted gray, and a planted buffer around the walls should also help mitigate the appearance. I would agree on the color of the tank as gray. I'll leave up the other comments to you all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, so the gray is absolutely fine. And
Okay.
as we did with the tanks out of town, we'd bring a colored sample in and make sure it's something that the staff agrees is the appropriate gray.
Okay, and how about the idea of planting it on the base of the walls?
So there's a couple concerns that we have. One is the wall ends up being very close to the property line on the south side, and we don't own that property. It's owned by National Grid. So it becomes pretty difficult to guarantee that we can plant there. On the other side, there's a block building on the west side that does not go away, that's been there since the 30s, that we had. So again, it backs up to the Stop and Shop. On the road side, or the what would be east side, the concern is that is an access drive to be able to load and offload fuel. And one of the concerns the fire department had about that roadway was that it stayed open in the event they had to have a fire and had to run in there and manage around a truck.
Gotcha.
And I think on the north side, certainly not opposed to thinking about it, but I think at some point, not us, but someone will be back in to talk about the remainder of that site.
All right. Well, I was just curious. You'd always
Go to the
plant
first
ivy on
page,
or
because it
something.
has a photo of
What?
where, right there.
Yeah, that is certainly helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, so right where that arrow is where the tanks would be.
Okay. Comments from the board?
What was the wall again, shingled?
No.
It's concrete, and again, it's been there since the 30s, and we think it's appropriate for the use. And again, I can't speak for the fire department, but it's staying concrete was part of our discussion. The whole idea behind it would be, a concern about, take the tank farms we have out of town. One of the rules is we cannot plant within 30 feet of the tanks. In the event there's a fire, they want good clearance. They don't want things that burn. They want, obviously, non-combustible, easily accessible approaches to any kind of fire they might have. So I given the conversations I had with them, that might be a concern for the fire department.
Okay. Well,
I'll go.
yeah, thanks, Stephen. Go.
Through Mr. Chair. The red X's are to indicate tanks that have been removed.
Those are tanks. Let me go back to that drawing. I want to make sure I don't. Those are 3 tanks that the one to the north has been removed. The other 3 will be removed once the new tanks are in service.
Okay, so basically you're looking at putting 2 8-foot tanks, some, I would say, 80 feet from the street, where prior to that there were 3 20-foot or so tall tanks and one that's got to be as tall.
Yeah, the
Is
three
that correct?
in the front are 33 feet tall.
33, okay. Yeah, I was thinking they were 4-foot steel panels, but look, if you guys can strap when you pour your concrete, strap that so you can throw up some plywood and shingles, I think it's fine, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary given the distance from the street. You could plant, I guess ivy's out. That wouldn't be a good fix. It'll overtake everything. And it's an industrial area there, so I'm okay with it. The only other thing I would say is, Dave, just out of curiosity, we're here. How does this fit in with the overall plan for that area?
That's so if you
Loaded question
go back to Walter Bonneke in 1986. The very first project I ever got involved in was a relocation of the tanks, and he said to me, "I'll be long buried by the time you get those moved."
Yeah.
And I remember him. He sat me down. And he said, "Listen, you're brand new. You're young. You have no say in this, so no one wants your opinion.
Yeah.
You'll be the only one alive when these finally get moved." And I look around, and I'm close. John Stackpole's still here, and everybody else that is in the room is gone.
Okay, so
and I
Steve,
think
it
what
sounds like
happens
you're
down there
okay
will
with
probably
it.
take just as long.
Yeah, I agree.
You good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Abby, I know
Yeah,
you've
I'm
been,
okay.
Abby's okay. How about you, Carrie?
I'm fine. This is
All right,
form
let's go.
follows function.
Motion
All
to
right.
approve is submitted.
Okay, there it is. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you, guys. Thank you for staying.
David, don't
Yeah.
forget to come in for a demo on the tanks.
Yeah, right. You might get some resistance on that one. Okay, so let's wrap it. We've all been very patient.
Motion to adjourn.
Should we, for Terry's benefit, should we do minutes of July 12th?
Sure. Motion to approve the minutes of July
Okay,
12th.
Stephen has moved to approve the minutes of July 12th. Don't run off, folks. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
very good, Carrie.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion?
Abstain.
Stephen abstains, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 3 in favor. How about a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, Stephen's made a motion to adjourn. Yeah, it's fine. So Stephen made a motion to adjourn. Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?